Lately, I've been trying to send you stories every day, but I feel like a large number of people who have signed up almost never come back to listen to the stories. I don't know where that is. Make you unhappy? I hope to receive comments and suggestions from you, and if you find the video good, please give me a like to give me more motivation. For those who have not yet subscribed, don't forget to click the subscribe button and press notification bell to wait for the next story. Now let's get into the story. Story 1. When I was 27, I went out with my friends one night downtown. I lived alone, and when my friend dropped me off this night, it was really late, around midnight. My friend drove off immediately, and when I was walking up to my front door, I felt very uncomfortable. I had a very strong feeling that someone was in my house. I stood at the front door and contemplated going inside, and tried to convince myself that I was just being silly. The feeling was too strong, and I was trying to remember if I had turned off all the lights in my house before I left. I never walk around my house and turn them all off before I leave, but this night, as I stood at the front door, every light in my house was off. I turned around and began walking away, and then turned the corner and started walking down the sidewalk. The friend who had just dropped me off lived about 8 blocks away, and I decided to just walk to her house. Shortly after I had started walking, I came to the realization that someone was walking behind me. I glanced back and saw a dark shape. It looked like a really tall man. It was so late, and nobody was around. I was terrified. My heart began to throb in my chest, and I thought about sprinting the rest of the way, but I knew if I did, it would be very obvious that I was afraid. I couldn't bring myself to do it, but I was walking as fast as I could. I could hear the footsteps behind me, and it sounded like they had sped up with me, but they weren't running. When I finally reached my friend's house, my heart dropped into my stomach when I saw that her car was not in the driveway, and all her lights were off in her house as well. I turned around, and the man was standing on the corner of the intersection I had just crossed, staring at me. I froze and just stared back at him. After what seemed like forever, he finally turned around and disappeared behind some bushes. I took that opportunity to run. I knew of an alternate way to get back to my house, and I didn't stop running until I got home. My front door was wide open. Story 2. I worked at a pretty well-known record store in Los Angeles in the 90s. A guy in his early 20s used to come in and ask me about records a lot, and one day in conversation, he let a weird detail about my life slip that I hadn't told him. I brushed it off, thinking my co-workers must have mentioned it to him since he was such a regular. About a week later, I was driving home, and my car broke down. It was incredibly hot, and I had to walk several miles to get to a payphone, which was outside an elementary school. I called a cab and hung up the phone, and after sitting a moment, the phone started to ring, so I picked it up. The person on the other end said, "Bad luck about your car. Talk to me until your ride gets there." I hung up the phone, but it was definitely that guy. He had to have followed me from home, trailed me from the car, and then somehow figured out that payphone number. There weren't really cell phones at the time, but there was a gas station and a grocery store across the street. I immediately quit my job and moved back in with my parents within 48 hours. I went in to visit old friends from work a few months later, and they told me that recently, someone had been kidnapped right outside the store. Story 3. I spent 6 months living alone in a cabin near the end of a dirt road in central New Hampshire. Nearest neighbors were a quarter mile or so up and down the road. It's an area where people definitely keep to themselves. I had all sorts of animal visitors, bears on the porch, you name it, but never random people around. One morning, I went out to my car to go to work. It was spring, and we had had a late frost. On the rear window of my truck, someone had written, "I watch you," with their finger in the frost. I never had an actual problem in the rest of my time there, but as you can imagine, that was terrifying. Story 4. I live by myself, and back when I first moved into my place, I went a few weeks without installing the cat door, so I got into the bad habit of leaving the back door cracked open a little bit for my cat to go in and out. But I would usually block the sliding door with a piece of wood or a baseball bat so that it could only open about 6 inches or so. My house is down a long driveway, and my backyard is fenced, so I figured it would be okay short term. This particular night, I fell asleep watching the movie, and I forgot to put the baseball bat or a piece of wood in the sliding glass door. I had my curtains slightly open to let a breeze come inside since it was a stifling hot, muggy day. I woke up within an hour, hearing a tapping coming from my window. An insistent, repetitive tapping. I snuck a look while trying to pretend to be asleep. Sure, it was a branch or something normal. No, there was a man standing outside, looking in at me. It's about this time that I remember the door is open, which is only about 6 feet to the left of this guy, so I have a dilemma. I can get up and see what he wants, try to bluff my way through getting that door locked, or keep pretending to sleep and risk him getting bored with being creepy and finding it open himself. He keeps tapping. For about 10 minutes it felt like, but it might have been less. Eventually, I decide I have to nut up and do something, so I get up and make for the back door. The guy stops tapping and meets me there. It turns out it's my neighbor. Right before I slam the door shut in his face, he says, "What are you watching?" I responded, in cart. "Can I join you?" "No." I shut the door and looked out the window and watched him walk away. That was the last day that I left the door open, or slept with my curtains open for that matter. Story 5. When I was about 7 years old, I was home from school one day with a cold or flu. My parents were at work, and my nearly 80-year-old grandma had come over to be with me. I was in bed, and she was somewhere else in the house. The cleaning lady suddenly came into my bedroom and sat down heavily on the chair by my desk. She was breathing heavily and managed to say, "Are you feeling better?" before collapsing sideways onto my desk, awkwardly bashing her head, and ended up sprawled under the table with her head at a strange angle. I was terrified. I waited a moment or two and then approached her. Just in time to hear what I much later learned was called the death rattle. Some vomit came out of her mouth. I ran to call for my grandma. She came in and very quickly bundled me off to a neighbor's house, where I stayed until the end of the day. I knew that she had died, but my parents pretended for at least 10 years that she had just fainted. It was pretty harrowing, and I moved out of that room fairly quickly afterwards. My little brother moved into it. He was far too young to grasp what happened. I can still see her falling so awkwardly and disturbing. I remember the noise that she made. It was incredibly disturbing. Story 6. Years ago, my parents had their garage converted into an extra-large bedroom, and this was where we all played games. I was about 10, and it was only the second or third time I had been left alone in the house while my siblings were all away for one reason or another. Naturally, I was up all night playing PS2, having a blast. I don't know how late, but pretty late into it, I suddenly started to hear tapping on the window. I didn't realize it was a sound not produced by my game for a full minute or so, and the sound, like someone drumming their fingers. 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. It kept going without stopping. I finally really noticed it when the doorknob rattled, and the sound moved to the door, which made it louder. I freaked out and snuck over to the door to double-check the locks. They were both unlocked, but the door tended to jam, and it was hard to open unless you messed with it. I locked both locks loudly so the person would know they definitely couldn't get in, but then I heard a gruff older man laugh, and then the tapping sound got louder. Right outside the window, I heard, "Let me in." I turned out the light, ran to my room, and hid in the pitch-black darkness until my parents got home a few hours later. I told them what happened, and we looked all around, but there was nobody outside, no one in the house, and nothing like this ever happened again. I have no idea who was outside that night, but I'm still afraid that they might return someday when I'm home alone. Story 7. Last year I was renting a house in a small, economically depressed old mining town in Appalachia. I lived alone. On one of the first warm nights of spring, I awoke at around 4 a.m. to the sound of my doorknob turning. I figured someone must have the wrong address, but it kept turning, persistently. I didn't have a peephole or a window to see who was outside, so I just approached the door from inside and yelled, "You have the wrong house." Then the door started shaking violently, and something began to slam against it. I tried one last time, "You have the wrong house." I heard someone on the other side make a noise, and then started screaming and shrieking like a wild animal. I grabbed a kitchen knife and called the police. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. I opened it cautiously to see an officer who questioned me about the incident. Then he asked me to close the door again and remain inside. I couldn't see what was happening out there, so I just turned out the lights and waited quietly with knife in hand. For about 20 minutes, it was dead silent. Then, out of nowhere, my living room window screen started to get pushed in, and the curtain started to move. Someone was climbing into the living room. I held up the knife and yelled, "Get out," in my most threatening voice possible. Thankfully, I immediately heard after that, "Get on the ground. Show me your hands." I heard another horrible wail from outside, as the guy was presumably tackled and taken to a police car. A few minutes later, another knock at the door. The officer was back to tell me that the suspect had been captured. This guy was a uniformed cop, but he was visibly trembling and super pale. I could tell that he was really shaken up. I had never seen what the intruder looked like. The next day, I ran into that same officer while he was off duty, as the town that I lived in was very small, and he told me that the suspect had told them that his name was Jason Voorhees, probably a meth addict or some other type of drug user. Those habits don't go well with delusions involving slasher film characters. Story 8. Over this past summer, I was living alone in my apartment in a relatively safe college town. I was always paranoid and locked the door anytime I got home from somewhere, especially since I'm a female living somewhere alone. One morning, I woke up to go to the bathroom, and as I'm in there, I hear the front door creak open. Obviously scared, I carefully leave the bathroom and look around the corner to see the front door open about 6 inches. I slowly check the apartment for intruders, only to find nothing. Somehow the door was unlocked while I was sleeping, and opened by what I choose to call the wind. Needless to say, for the rest of the time I was alone in that apartment, I had a knife close by. Story 9. One night I was waiting for something to finish in the oven, so I started washing dishes. Once my food was cooked, I sat in front of the TV to eat dinner. I live about 15 miles out of town and don't have any close neighbors. I could hear what sounded like a truck idling outside, but it sounded distant enough that it didn't bother me, and I didn't pay much attention to it. Because I'm in the middle of nowhere, sound travels really easily. Sometimes something that's a mile away sounds like it's pretty close, and vice versa. It idled for about 5-10 minutes, and then sounded like it was slowly driving away, then briefly stopping, and then slowly driving off again. I have a really long driveway, about 1/3 of a mile, so it sounded like someone drove down my driveway, and then turned back onto the road, and drove off. Whatever, I didn't pay much attention to it. After dinner, I went back to finish the dishes, and I had no water. The only thing I could think of was that maybe the breaker had tripped for the well. On the pole outside, there's a breaker box that only has a couple of switches, and a main switch. The smaller switches control the well pump and an outlet. The main line to the house isn't on that switch. It goes to the breaker box inside the house. I get to the breaker box outside, and the door is open and the main breaker is off, so the noise that I heard was a truck right outside my house, and someone switched off the breaker, and was waiting outside. They must have thought that it would shut off power to the house, and I would come outside to investigate. I locked my gate for the night, and then again when I left for work that next morning. It rained most of the day, and when I got home, I could see where someone had pulled up to the gate, found it locked, and then did a 3-point turnaround in my driveway. I locked my gate at night for a long time after that, but I always lock it when I'm away, and now I always keep a 357 handy in my house. Story 10. So it was early evening after the sun had gone down, and I was downstairs in the living room watching TV. My brother was up in our bedroom reading. At some point, this really uncomfortable feeling came over me, and I felt like my brother needed my help. I went upstairs, and our bedroom at the time was at the end of the hallway. As I walked down the hallway, and I'm standing right outside our door, I reach for the door handle, and then I hear someone say, "I have to leave now." I opened the door, and my brother looked at me and said, "Someone was just outside my window. They just said that they had to leave." I asked my brother if he was talking to the person, and he said no. The only thing that they said was that they had to leave. We were both really creeped out, and we told our mom what happened, but nothing ever came of it. For a long time, I thought I had dreamt this, but a few years ago, my brother asked me, "Hey, do you remember that one time when we were kids and someone was outside the window? Remember how he left right when you came in the room?" What the hell was that? Because he remembered it exactly the way I do, I know that it really happened. Story 11. Once, when I was around 12 years old, I was home alone and taking a bath. I was rinsing my hair underwater, and when I lifted my head, I realized I could suddenly hear what sounded like footsteps walking around outside the room in my house. Both of my parents were at work, and I knew it was far too early for them to be home, so I was completely freaked out and convinced that someone had broken into my house and was walking around looking to steal things, or maybe something worse. I had no idea what to do. I was so scared. I sat in the bath, naked, with no phone, or any method of calling or doing anything. I was thinking that surely eventually, the intruders were going to find me. Or even worse, they knew that I was in there, and was waiting for me to come out. Surely they would know. They must have heard the noise of the water in the bathtub. I sat there frozen, and panicked for who knows how long, before I decided to have a moment of bravery. I figured that I had to do something, so I waited for the noise of them walking around to stop. I got out of the bathtub, dried off, and got dressed. I opened the door, and looked around and waited. I did not hear anything after that, and from my vantage point, I could see the hallway and the entrance to every bedroom. When I eventually built up the courage to look around the house, nobody was there. I have no idea what the hell happened, but somebody was in my house. I called both of my parents, and they were both still at work. Story 12. I moved into my place a couple years ago. 2 weeks after I moved in, I found a little flower necklace in my mailbox one day. I didn't think anything of it. I thought maybe a kid had put it in there or something. The next day I came home, and there was a pair of female sunglasses in the mailbox. Along with it was a note that read, "Hey, I think you would look good in these. You should wear them the next time we're together." I thought clearly this person probably thinks I'm someone else, so again I ignore it. 3 days later I come home, and check my mail again, expecting there to be something, but there's not. I head up to my front door, and there's a pair of women's underwear hanging on the doorknob. Okay, now I'm feeling uncomfortable. I still tried to tell myself that it was just a misunderstanding, so I wrote a note, and put it on my front door that basically said, "Hey, I don't know who you are, but you need to stop. I'm not who you think I am, and I'm not interested." Then after that, nothing else. About 1 year later, I came home again, and opened my mailbox. There was another flower necklace, identical to the one that was left in there a year earlier. Story 13. Before my husband and I were married with good jobs, we were young and poor, and didn't care where we lived. We rented out a shitty little house behind the landlord's house that was clearly a shed, fully transformed into a small studio space. At the time, I worked late nights, and my husband worked mornings, so I would sleep until around 12 and work all night. The landlord, Greg, was this bald old man with a heavy Russian accent. He was kind of odd, but seemed nice. So was his wife. He had made odd comments, and would FaceTime me and invite me into his house. When we first moved in, I kept waking up with a disturbing feeling, when I should have been exhausted. I would feel so nervous that I would get up to check the doors and make sure no one was inside. 1 week, my husband went away to visit his father, and I was alone, and literally felt like I was constantly being watched. The bedroom window was back in the yard, and it was heavily wooded. I would hear crunching of leaves and footsteps all the time. My husband said I was being paranoid because I was alone, and I thought so too. But then, that same week my husband was away, I'm offered to watch my friend's dog. So I get home from work around 2 a.m., and I get in bed and fall asleep around 3 or 4 a.m. I woke up shortly after that, to the dog barking and growling like crazy. Now, because the space was similar to a studio, we had no doors on anything besides the bathroom. I sprung out of bed, and I see Greg the landlord, standing in the living room, hand on the front door just frozen. He was caught off guard by the dog, and I yelled, "What the hell are you doing in here?" He quickly apologized and walked out. When I woke up completely from my sleepy daze, I realized maybe this wasn't a one-time thing. I took a shower, got dressed, and walked up to their house. Greg's car wasn't in the driveway, but his wife was home. I told her what happened and asked why Greg would use his keys to go in the house without giving me notice. She was nonchalant about it and replied, "It's his house, he can do what he wants." I flipped out on her. Clearly this was happening often, and the eerie feeling I was getting, I'm 100% sure, was Greg coming in the house and watching me sleep. Story 14. My grandmother used to work at a mental illness facility when I was little. It was a place prisoners went after committing crimes that were so horrific. They were deemed very mentally unstable and not suitable for a prison. One of her patients, who was very fond of her, was put into this place because he had strangled his mom and dad one night, hid their bodies under the floorboards, and every now and then brought his mother's body up to have sex with it. He was caught after a few months because the smell of rotting corpses had reached the houses. My grandmother lived within walking distance from this facility, and so the prisoners that were deemed well enough to roam around the grounds were able to see her walking home. One of the patients must have told the one that was fond of my grandmother where she lived, because one night he escaped and was skulking around my grandmother's house in the dark, trying to find a way inside. Eventually she saw somebody outside the window and called the police. He was caught and brought back to the facility. Nothing else ever happened, and the man never escaped again, but imagine if he had gotten inside of her house. Story 15. When I was 19 and my best friend was 20, we were driving back to my house after visiting someone at work. We were on a somewhat busy road. It was getting dark, but wasn't completely dark yet. There were streetlights and business lights everywhere, so visibility was still very good. This road was 3 lanes in each direction, and there was a concrete median dividing the traffic. I was in the left lane next to the median, and a traffic light was coming up. I saw a man standing in the median next to the crosswalk up ahead. It instantly made me nervous. As soon as I was passing him, he stepped out into the street. My best friend and I both instantly braced for impact, and I slammed on my brakes. But we didn't hit him, and because there was a car to my right, I wasn't able to swerve out of my lane to avoid hitting the man. I didn't turn the car at all. I looked in my rearview mirror, and there wasn't anyone there. I had come to a complete stop, and we physically turned around in our seats to see how he had jumped out of the way. There was no one there, and no way that he could have ran off or hidden anywhere that fast. We both turned toward each other and almost in sync asked each other, "Did you see that?" We both saw the same exact thing, a man. We couldn't describe his face, and both of us remember being confused because he was wearing a white robe, or that's what it looked like, and both of us being terrified because he stepped out into the street right in front of the car, like he was committing suicide. I had my baby in the back seat. She was 3 months old. She had been crying right before this happened, and then went completely silent when we came to a screeching stop, which added to the weirdness of all of it. We still bring it up occasionally, and neither of us can come up with an explanation for what we saw, other than something supernatural. Also, we both saw the white cloth fling across the windshield like we hit the man, but there was no impact, nothing. It was like he just went through the car. Story 16. I used to have a weekly overnight babysitting job for a couple who frequently spent nights in another nearby city caring for one of their ailing parents. It was an easy gig because they only had one kid who was an 8-year-old and pretty independent. I just played with him for a few hours and got him ready for bed, and then got paid for another 14 hours while I watched TV, raided their fridge, and slept on their couch. The one thing I hated about the job, however, was the house. It was a somewhat modern house in the country, and they had big open windows, and the style was such that there weren't any curtains that I could close. I just had to watch TV and live with the anxiety of knowing someone outside could be watching me, and I would have no idea. One night I was sitting down in the living room, and I thought I heard a noise, so I turned the volume on the TV down. Sure enough, what I heard was a slight tap, tap, tap. I looked around and didn't see anything out of place, so I assumed it was a noise from a tree or something outside. But every time I turned the volume back up, I heard that same tap, tap, tap. Finally, I turned the TV off altogether and started walking around the house. As my eyes adjusted to the darker room, I saw a man outside the window, fingernail pressed to the glass, making that tap, tap, tap noise, and smiling at me. I freaked out and sprinted upstairs to check on the kid, but the worst part was that there wasn't a phone upstairs, so I eventually had to creep back downstairs to grab a phone and call the police. I tried to avoid looking at the window, but I snuck a glance, and he was still there, just watching me calmly. I locked myself and the kid into his bedroom and waited for the police. They never found any trace of someone around the house, and I suspect that they thought that I was some kid playing a prank, but I know the person I saw was a full-grown man, and that he just stood there, enjoying the fear that he caused me to feel. Story 17. I'm an 18-year-old guy who lives with his mom. We don't live in the house I grew up in, but we are in the same neighborhood as my grandma's house, and only a minute away from all of my aunts and uncles and cousins. It's always been a nice and happy area for me because I grew up around here. Mainly, I love this place, and I feel comfortable almost everywhere in this city. Nothing bad has happened to me or any of my family members while we've lived in this town. It's close to the Gulf of Mexico, and it's full of chemical plants, and thus workers from chemical plants and their families. Most people mind their own business and have a lot of respect for hard work and integrity, but there are some crazies living here. There was a body found in a storage unit not too long ago. It was a woman who was murdered by her husband. He wasn't charged because he committed suicide shortly after. A man who used to work at the same power plant I work at now was arrested for killing a woman with his car and then driving away. The point being, shit goes bad sometimes here, but most of the time it's all okay. That's why I think this event is still a little shocking to me. It was a typical Thursday. I woke up at 7 a.m., went to work, and got off at 4. I went home and did all the normal stuff that I usually do. I took a shower, played some video games, smoked a little weed, and then ate dinner. Pretty good evening so far. My mom's friend April came over and stayed for a couple of hours. She lives a block away and walked but didn't want to walk alone in the dark. My mom told me at about 9 p.m. she was walking April back to her house and that it would only take a few minutes. I said, "All right, I'll see you when you get back," and then they left. No more than a minute later, I thought I heard tapping on my window, but it was so light and inconsistent that I still don't know if anyone was actually tapping on my window. I still felt a little paranoid, and so I turned on some music to distract myself. I turned it down a minute or two later when I thought I heard my back door open. It's very loud because of how old it is, and because of how we always keep the spare key in the lock which jangles every time it's opened. I turned my music off and didn't make another noise for a minute. I didn't hear anything. I know someone opened it. I know someone was inside my house. I could feel it, but I didn't hear footsteps or a voice or anything. It was silent. I was kind of scared, but I quickly told myself to grab the knife I keep in my desk drawer, and then felt dumb because of the possibility that I was just being paranoid. Better safe than sorry, I guess. Once again, it was silent for a while. I thought that if I acted like I had the upper hand over whoever was in the house, they would be intimidated or scared. So I stood up and walked out of my bedroom, knife in hand. I don't know why, but I whistled. Just one note. I took a few steps forward. Story 92. When I was young, about 11 years old, my sister, whom is 7 years older, would babysit me when my parents were out. At the time, she smoked a lot, and my parents made her smoke outside, of course. So I would follow her outside into the carport which faced the street and play around, annoy her and such. One day my sister notices a car at the end of the driveway, just sitting in the middle of the road. It's a white SUV, with a bike rack on top. It has the darkest tinted windows I have ever seen. You could not see anything inside. It sat there until we went inside, and then would drive to the end of the road, and sit at the church parking lot, and wait. Wait until she would come out again for another smoke. And it would repeat this over and over. Odd, but my sister was very brave, and just kind of ignored it. That is, until the next day while my parents were out again, and it showed up again. It would sit at the end of the driveway, and just watch. I don't know what the driver was doing, but he was definitely watching my sister. If I didn't go out with her, I would watch from the front window, and it would just sit there the entire time she was outside. She eventually told my father, who was a sheriff deputy at the time, and he called the cops and made a complaint. They showed up and looked around, but the SUV was nowhere to be seen. Months went by, and nothing. And then one day, a good 9 months after this had all started, it was back. It again became a regular occurrence. Another day, my sister was outside doing her nasty habit, and sure enough, there it was. We were alone as usual, and this time, she decides she's had enough. She tells me to stay in the carport, and she's going to go confront them. She starts walking toward the SUV, and halfway down the driveway, she would later remark, "I felt utter terror. Like I knew if I went any further, I was dead. I was paralyzed by fear." She turned around and went inside. Finally, the family car was in the shop for some kind of issue, so we were all stuck home for a night, and had to get delivery for dinner. While my parents are home, my sister goes outside to smoke. I go outside with her, and eventually the SUV shows up. She tells me to run inside and tell my father, and I do. My dad promptly gets his gun and starts briskly walking down the driveway with it in hand. The SUV floored it down the road and peeled out onto the nearby highway. My dad, being a cop, noted the year and model and distinguishing features. The scariest thing, the license plate had been covered with duct tape. We never saw it again. Story 18. About 5 years ago, my husband Adam and I decided it was finally time to start looking to purchase a house. We had always talked about buying an old fixer-upper home because we've had the idea that they hold more charm and character. Plus, we can appreciate a place that has its own quirks, and we love the thought of turning something run down into something beautiful again. With that being said, I grew up in a pretty rural farming town in Indiana that had more than its fair share of run-down houses. The surrounding areas had started to boom a little bit with farmland being sold off and turned into new factory locations, along with new subdivisions for the people coming to work for them. I thought it would be a great place to start on our house hunt. I figured we would be a lot closer to civilization than I used to be growing up, but not so much that we would be living a stone's throw away from our neighbors. Adam and I decided to take a drive one summer Sunday afternoon so I could show him some of the back roads of my hometown and to also see what some of the properties we checked out online looked like in person. As we were turning off the main road through town and further onto a more secluded country road, we noticed that the very first house on the left was completely abandoned. We pulled into a small patch of the yard where the grass was shortest and where a gravel driveway used to be to further investigate. It was painted a deep green color which made it almost invisible against the tall grass, sticker bushes, and weeds that had grown up around it. There was a massive tree in the front yard, and the branches and leaves helped to camouflage this place even further. The house looked as if it were at least 100 years old. It looked like it had sat empty for years. It looked neglected, weather-worn, and in need of some major love. In that moment, it was perfect. There was nothing but woods across the street and no neighboring houses in sight. So Adam and I thought it probably wouldn't hurt if we just trespassed a little. I completely justified my reasoning by thinking, we're interested in buying this property. We're not here to cause trouble. We're doing someone a favor. We could take this burden of a house off of someone's hands. We just need to take a look around first. That's all. There wasn't any no trespassing signs anywhere. So I was perfectly armed with my newfound inflated ignorance and arrogance to assess the property. We walked carefully through the brush toward the left side of the house, where we noticed a well that was still standing, complete with a bucket, a rope, a handle, and the original overhang. My excitement for a picturesque country house was building. Directly across from the well, there was a side entrance into the house through what looked like an added-on mudroom. The screen door to the mudroom was closed. However, there was a wooden door behind it that was half open. This was our not really intrusive because we aren't breaking anything to get in way of getting inside. It was probably in the mid-90s outside that day, so when we entered, Adam went first. We were met with thick stifling heat, the kind that holds so much humidity that it almost takes your breath away. What we thought was a mudroom was an extended pantry area or canning kitchen. It was tiny with one window, an old rusted sink, a small stove, and the walls still held shelves of canned and spoiled vegetables. I remember thinking, oh yeah, this will be great. I totally remember how to can and we can have a garden. It also had the doorway into the main part of the house, and this is where my elation came to an end. Through the doorway was the kitchen. What remained of the cabinets and the sink were against the wall on the left, but they were either broken or hanging on for dear life or both. The kitchen connected to a wide open living area, with one side having walls streaked with black that led up to a half-sunken gray ceiling. There had been a fire at some point. The windows on that wall were filthy, covered in dust or ash that made the room much darker than it should have been in the middle of the day. My heart sank. I knew we wouldn't be able to afford a costly repair of a house fire, but I kept that disappointing thought to myself. The open living room area had not one stitch of furniture, save for one small wooden rocking horse that a child would have. The floor was littered with magazines, as if someone had a giant stack of them and just threw them in the air to see where they would land. Curious as to what the former homeowners liked in regards to reading material, I decided to check them out. Almost every single magazine was related to dolls in some way. porcelain doll collecting, Barbie dolls, making dolls by hand, clothing for dolls. I felt a little creeped out by it, especially under the surveillance of the rocking horse's dead painted-on stare. But I figured that an old lady must have lived in the house before, and I created a self-medicating idea that her husband probably died and this was the only hobby that she had to pass her time. We decided to check out another room that was connected to the half-burned living area. Through the doorway to the left was a weird combination of a molded stand-up shower with handicap handles and an assisted toilet next to it divided down the middle by a wall. On the right was a wall made entirely of built-in bookshelves. The shelves were full of paperwork, manila envelopes, books, and even more magazines. It struck us as a pretty weird setup, but thought these people must have really loved to read while sitting on the toilet. My husband and I thought we could find out who the previous homeowners were, since some of the paperwork on top of the stacks seemed to be old bills. If we wanted to look up property records, at least now we would have a name to go on. I grabbed a stack of papers and began to flip through them. When about halfway through they changed from being old telephone bills to printed out color pictures from the internet of porcelain dolls. I put the stack back on the shelf and picked up a small red 5-star notebook. I started from the beginning, casually leafing through and seeing daily entries of medications taken, blood pressure, and glucose measurements written in neat handwriting. About 20 pages in, the entries started to change entirely. They became crude drawings of twisted faces done in red ink. The faces had horns or bloody fangs. Then, full-on drawings of devils appeared in the pages after. I wanted to believe the child had picked this up to doodle in, but I felt like this was something much different than that. After the drawings, the notebook became someone's personal journal, written in what I assumed was an elderly man's cursive handwriting. It told of how he knew he was coming toward the end of his life, and how he remembered being just a young boy when his mother passed away. He described in detail how the wake for his mother was held in the front room of this house, and how during those nights he crawled on top of his mother's body in her coffin to sleep. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Even though I had been sweating from the thickness in the air, a sudden rush of goosebumps came over me. I immediately showed it to Madam, flipping to the pages of devils and snarled faces, and then read aloud this stranger's memories of his mother just to see if it was the same the second time around. After I finished, he said, "Well, this just got a whole lot weirder." While I was reading the notebook, he continued rifling through the mountains of papers. One stack not only had more printed pictures of dolls, but now they contained pictures of real women in torture bondage. Ball gags or electrical tape placed over their mouths, jumper cables twisting on their nipples, being hog-tied with rope. Sometimes there was more than one woman in the picture. It felt as if a brick had been tossed into my stomach. For some, those images wouldn't be disturbing, but in the context of our visit, my panic was starting to grow. I was torn between wanting to find out more and getting the hell out of this house. Adam reassured me that while it was on the creepy side, it wasn't anything to necessarily lose my shit over since the women didn't seem to be suffering or bleeding. The burned-out living area was separated from the rest of the house by a staircase. The staircase had a room directly across from it and a small hallway on the other side that led to the main room at the front of the house. We debated on going up to the second floor, but decided against it since it already felt as if we were roasting in an oven and were unsure of stability of the second story. Going into the room across the staircase, we noticed a few more doll magazines on the floor, but not near the number as the other rooms held. There were scattered plastic doll pieces here and there, random arms and heads. To the left was the original fireplace with a couple tiny vases on the mantel. Smack dab in the middle was a framed picture of an elderly couple, smiling and happy. These certainly weren't the type of people that would have pictures of women bound and gagged, hidden away in their bathroom. These people could have been my grandparents, I thought to myself. To the right was a big bay window, and smack dab in the middle was a yellowed piece of paper with faded black printed handwriting on it. It was for anyone on the outside of the house to see. Reading it backwards from inside, it said, "If you're here to talk about Jesus, go away." "That's kind of funny," Adam said after reading it for himself. "Yeah, it kind of is," I half chuckled. But something in my brain was now starting to nag me even more. Something wasn't computing correctly for me. Thinking back, my mind was putting together that an elderly couple in this town would more than likely be pretty religious. And by the super small chance that they weren't, it would have been gossiped about had someone seen that in the window. It was as if the house had held two very different personalities within. I told my husband that I just wanted to go into one last room down the little hallway, and then I would be ready to leave. Going down the small hallway, it became darker and cooler. It was a relief from the oppressive heat that we had been dealing with since we first stepped inside. The shade from the giant tree in the front yard had blocked out a lot of the sunlight, making it about 20 degrees cooler. But we soon realized that wasn't the only reason this part of the house's temperature was much more tolerable. Rounding the corner into the last room, it took a few seconds for our eyes to adjust to the difference in light, but the change of the air was noticeable immediately. It was as if we had stepped into a cave. The smell was dank and left a dampness on our skin. Once things came into clear focus, that's when we saw it. The main reason our senses had shifted so quickly. The large hole in the floor. At first, we thought that perhaps the wooden floor was so weak that it had simply caved in on its own, or that the roof had leaked and caused this exact area of the floor to rot away. But not upon getting closer it became obvious this wasn't the case. The hole was about 5 feet across and went straight down into the earth, with about 2 feet of space between the remaining floor and dirt. This hole was there because it was made to be there. My husband and I looked at each other. My heart was racing so fast that I thought it would burst through my chest. I said aloud to him while pointing, "What the hell is this? Why is this here?" I panicked, my breathing becoming more rapid and shallow. Nothing was making sense, and yet, the thoughts that had been running in the background of my brain were all coming together like a jigsaw puzzle. And then we saw them. A few old and molded over driver's licenses, just thrown around haphazardly. Checkbooks, credit cards, as if someone had emptied their purse or wallet in this room and then just disappeared into this hole. I was overcome with terror and dread. I had to get out of this house. My skin felt like static, as if my whole body had been taken over by the sensation of when your foot falls asleep. I had tears forming in my eyes, and my mind just told me to run. Without having to speak, Adam quickly took me by the arm and led us back down the hallway, through the burned-out living room and kitchen, out the side canning room and back out into the light of day. We ran back down the mangled and tangled driveway to the car. Remembering back on it, I get the eerie feeling that we weren't the only two people in the house that day. We drove past it about a year later, and the large tree in the front yard had all its branches removed. All of the windows had been boarded shut, and after doing some research, we found out that the land it sits on is for sale. The house itself has been condemned. Story 19. Our old house was on a corner, and in lieu of a backyard, had a side yard with a small deck that wrapped around the back. The dining room had patio doors that led out to the back, and we would have barbecues and such back there. When I was about 14 years old, we only had one desktop computer and one laptop for the family. My brother and I would fight over the desktop, because that's where Diablo 2 was installed, so I would use the laptop to write music. On one particular night, my brother had a friend over, and they were downstairs doing whatever, and I was on the dining room table on the laptop. As I was wrapped up in my writing, I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings. I heard a knock on the patio door, which startled me. I looked up, expecting my brother or his friend to be standing there, but standing at the door, and waving, was a person wearing a Halloween pig mask. Thinking it was my brother or his friend, I mouthed, "Good one," and gave the person the finger, and they walked away. As soon as they left, I went downstairs to give them shit, and to my surprise and dismay, they were both sitting on the couch playing PlayStation. They swore up and down it was either of them, and there was no way one of them would have had the time to get downstairs and take the mask off before getting on the couch. To this day, I have no idea who it was that knocked and waved. I went to my mom's house in the middle of the day to pick up a sweater that I had left there a few days earlier. She was at work, but I often popped in to pick up something, or leave her some vegetables from my garden while she was at work. When I walked in the door, there was an elderly man sitting at her breakfast table. He looked up and smiled at me, and I assumed my mother was home from work that day and entertaining a neighbor for breakfast. I smiled politely and said hello, and explained I was just grabbing a sweater. I then walked out the door and sent a text to my mom on my way to work saying that I'm sorry to have missed her, and that I interrupted her breakfast company. She called me back freaking out, because she was at work, and had no idea who was in a house. Story 20. In college, I worked at our campus library, and I had often been the one to shut it down at night, where I'd have to go around and clear work tables, and anything that students had left behind, and leave any books that needed to be put away stacked neatly on a cart for the morning workers. It was pretty creepy being there alone at night, but in a way, I still felt pretty safe, since the campus was enclosed, and you had to go through a security checkpoint to get inside after dusk. One night, I was there alone shutting everything down, and I just had a creepy feeling that someone was watching me. I knew I was alone, because before anyone is left alone, whoever else is working at night locks the doors and does a check to make sure that no stragglers are still in the building, and then the closer cleans up and locks the door again from the outside. This night, everywhere I went, I kept looking around. I was sure that someone was in there following me. Finally, I finished everything up, and I went to clock out when I noticed one of the staff computers near the front door was lit up, as if someone had used it recently. I went over and looked at the monitor and saw a Word document pulled up that followed through everything I had been doing since my co-worker had left earlier that night. It reads something like, 12 o'clock, alone, ICU, 1205, group study rooms, ICU, 1207, stacks, ICU, 1211, media center, ICU, 1215, reference tables, ICU. The scariest part was that I looked over to the door and it was still locked, meaning whoever had typed this was still in the library with me. I left my stuff where it was and left immediately, locking the door from the outside. By the time I got to another building and got campus security and went back to the library, the door was unlocked and whoever was in there had left. Story 21. When I was a kid, my mom wanted me to go to the elderly couple that lived next door and see if we could borrow a few eggs from them so that she didn't have to go to the store. I knocked on their front door, but they didn't answer. I could see the old man standing in the living room through the window. I knocked louder on the door, but he didn't turn around. I thought maybe he just couldn't hear me because he was very old, so I turned the doorknob and it was unlocked. I walked in calling out for him. It was so strange to me that he wouldn't turn around until I got in the living room and saw that he wasn't standing there. He had hung himself, and I had been trying to get the attention of a hanging corpse for the last 10 minutes. Story 22. I always check the blinds before I go outside. For years people have made fun of me while they witness this, and my husband thinks I'm crazy. We live out in the country and we've never had an issue with someone trespassing, but I still lean over every time I'm going out the front door and make sure no one's out there first. One night I was about to go to bed when I realized I left my phone charger in my car. I had put it in my purse that morning because the one I had at work broke, and only just remembered it as I left, placing it on my passenger seat. I needed to charge my phone, and I didn't have a reason to be afraid of the 10 yards from my front door to my car parked in the driveway. But I peeked out the window anyway. I was running on such instinct that my hand was already on the lock, about to flip it and open the door when my brain registered that what I had seen was normal. I shifted my weight back and looked again, squinting to see in the dim light by the garage we leave on all the time. I saw a man crouched down by the front door holding a hammer. He wouldn't be visible from the little window on the front door. You wouldn't even see him until he was right next to you. I screamed for my husband and watched him book it down the driveway. I didn't see him get into a car, but he must have gone somewhere. We called the cops and they couldn't find any sign of him. We invested in some floodlights the next day and no one made fun of my habit again. Story 23. In 2010, I was 20 years old and I just moved back home to Massachusetts after transferring from a school in North Carolina. My best friend June's roommate was conveniently moving out of their apartment, so I took over the lease. It was a tiny apartment on the second floor. There were 4 apartments chiseled out of an old large house, and the building was set back from a moderately busy intersection in a college area. Still, it was my hometown. The landlord used to be the mayor. I hadn't yet met any of the other occupants or neighbors, but that really hadn't even occurred to me. I felt perfectly safe in this apartment. I was home alone one night, a couple days after moving in. I had just gotten in and I was unloading dishes in the kitchen across the apartment from the front door, which was the only door. There was a knock. June worked in the neighborhood and liked to hang out at a nearby coffee shop, and we had a few friends who lived a few streets over. She walked everywhere, and it wouldn't have surprised me if she had just stopped by for a minute and left her keys inside. And because of this, I didn't really think twice about swinging open the door. A stranger stood on my doorstep. He was well dressed, clean-shaven and smiling. He looked completely normal. This was before I grew older and more jaded, so I took him at his word when he started talking. He said that he was a neighbor and he had locked himself out of his apartment. He introduced himself and mentioned people's names. I assumed these were other neighbors. He asked if he could borrow a phone to call his wife. I said sure. And with him still standing in the doorway, I turned to grab my phone from the coffee table. I had my back to him for less than 10 seconds while he came inside, sat on a chair right by the door and shut the door behind him. When I turned back around and saw him, I was shocked. He reached his hand out for my phone, and like the shocked idiot I was, I instinctively handed it to him. Instead of hanging on to my lifeline, I handed it to some strange man sitting uninvited in my living room. I immediately began kicking myself and started to look around for things to use as a weapon. There was nothing except a small ceramic bunny sitting on top of the TV. While I was fruitlessly scanning for a weapon, he was calling his wife. He called her 3 times, but she wasn't picking up. After he hung up the phone, he asked if I could give him a ride somewhere. Since he had locked his keys in his apartment, he obviously couldn't drive himself. Immediately I sprung into action, lying my ass off. Oh well, my boyfriend borrowed my car to go to work, but he should definitely be home by now. He actually just lives up the street, so we can walk there now. I'll call and let him know that we're coming. Fine, but I somehow sold the story. Even though I was lying through my teeth, he reacted instantly in just how I wanted him to. Oh no, that's okay. Don't want to bother you. Thanks anyways. He stood up in a hurry, handing me my phone back. Have a good night. After he left, I had locked the doors behind him and calmed down a bit. I thought maybe I had been overreacting. Maybe he was just a severely nervous or socially awkward guy who really was locked out of his apartment. Maybe I was being too harsh in my assessment of him, but I couldn't let it go. This nagging feeling that something was not right, that I really had been in danger. I wanted to know for sure, so I decided to redial his wife's phone number. Instead of a voicemail, there was an error message stating that I never saw him again, but he obviously was one of my neighbors. Story 24. I was trying to make friends in my new city, so I went to a party a co-worker invited me to. I ended up having too much to drink because I was trying to calm my nerves and have fun with strangers. Uber wasn't a thing yet, so I decided I would just sleep it off in my car and drive home in the morning. I woke up in the dead of the night, and the city street was eerie. It had been well populated when I had passed out, but now it was deserted. I could see by the light of some street lights and the glow of the moon. I wondered for a minute what had woken me up before I heard a scratching noise on the passenger side rear window. I'll never forget the look on the guy's face who was crouched outside my car staring at me and trying to get my attention. When he saw me, he grinned and pressed his open mouth against the glass, and then made a chomping motion with his teeth bared and giggled wildly. The worst part was that there was nothing I could do. I knew I didn't want to risk driving drunk, but I didn't want to get out of the car and run away either. In the end, I took my jacket off and put it over my face and just tried to go back to sleep, knowing that he was still there. I heard him walking around the car, tapping at the glass for what felt like hours as I hid in plain sight and prayed for him to go away. Story 25. I used to live in a very beautiful but very rural community in Appalachia. I grew up there and it felt safe to me, so going on night hikes with my girlfriend was a normal thing. I had a gun back in my trunk, but I didn't bring it with me because my only concern was bears, and they weren't around that area. We had gone on this hike many nights before when the sky was clear and it wasn't that dark out, but for some reason we both felt uneasy on this night. I kept hearing a little voice in my head saying, "Turn back." When we were about 3/4 of the way to our usual summit, I couldn't take it anymore, and I told her I thought we should turn around and go back to the car. Later she would tell me that she had been feeling apprehensive all night too. She was as eager as I was to get the hell out of there. No sooner had we turned when we heard a blood-curdling scream in the middle of the dark. A second scream broke out in another location, and then a third, then a fourth, and then a fifth. All around us we could hear people hidden in the woods only a few feet away screaming at the top of their lungs in the dark. We ran out of there as fast as we could, totally full of adrenaline. I scoured the local paper that entire summer looking for anything that would have made sense of what we experienced, but no one reported anything weird happening in those woods that summer. Story 26. On a road trip with my girlfriend, I realized I was too tired to keep driving, and I ended up pulling off the road so we could nap for a few hours before going the rest of the way. I dozed off and woke up a bit later to a scratching sound coming from what seemed like the trunk area of my car. My girlfriend woke up and asked me what I was doing, and then her eyes got really wide. She heard the scratching too. I whispered to her that it was probably a wild animal, but I wasn't convinced. The scratching sounded more intentional, as if it was meant to scare us. We sat there for a few minutes praying that the noise would just go away, and then we decided screw it and started the car up. We didn't need to sit there and be scared. As we drove away, we both looked out the windows to see if anything unusual was behind the car, but we just saw an empty road. We got to our destination and parked the car in the hotel parking lot. We got out of the car and went to the trunk to grab our bags when we saw someone had keyed "I can see you into the paint" on the trunk. Story 27. The most sickening feeling I got came from knowing the man must have been watching my house, waiting to see when I would come out and go for my daily jog just before dusk. I wondered how many days he had been watching me to know that the house would be empty at that time, and the window he used to break into my house would be optimal in that 20-minute sliver of time. It took me a few minutes to even figure out what happened when I got home. My heart was already pounding, my body coated with a cool sweat, and my mind racing before I even saw the broken window in my laundry room. Tucked in the far corner of the house with a floor-level window, it was the perfect entry point. I wondered if the intruder had already chased my house a couple of times, probably when I was still home or sleeping in the middle of the night. Not sure why he thought my house was a particularly attractive target. I have almost nothing of value, and I'm a very obviously modest person. What happened was a burglar broke into my house, stole some of my fake jewelry and an old bottle of antibiotics and a broken iPhone. All in all, the value of the loot taken was probably just over $100 tops. What they accomplished was shattering my soul and trust in the world more than anything else. As they say, the best things in life are free. After realizing what happened, I gave the rest of the house a quick look over as I talked to the 911 dispatcher and had him relay the cops towards my house and waited out front for them to arrive. Law enforcement didn't present me with any revelations I didn't already know. Someone broke in, stole some items, and ran out, all in about the span of just a few minutes while I was on my job. They were going to keep eyes out and ears open for any clues, but that's about all they could do at the moment. At least a couple of them were nice enough to stick around and board up the broken window for me and recommend some cheaper but non-scary motels I could check into if I didn't want to stay in the house that night. Most kindly, one of the officers offered me a video security system he had but didn't need any more that could be installed in about 20 minutes. He said it was basically a glorified baby monitor, but it was great to keep an eye on your place when you weren't there and to place prominently next to your biggest floor-level window to scare off anyone sizing up the place. He ran home, brought it back and hooked it up in my house while some other officers patched up the window. I thanked them for the repair work and turned down the motel idea. My boyfriend Jacob would be over in an hour or two, and that was enough to make me comfortable enough to stay in the house that night. I knew it was just some desperate tweaker willing to bust in for $100 worth of stuff and wouldn't come back again. The police confirmed as such. I just asked if one of them could park out front until my boyfriend got home, and they agreed. Jacob arrived around 9 p.m. and the night moved on. I told him all of the details, and he didn't seem to be particularly concerned. He agreed with my tweaker assessment and kept his hunting shotgun right next to my bed in case the person decided to come back. It wasn't easy, but I was eventually able to fall asleep. I got a few hours of the sweet embrace of slumber before the quick thumb of a text message sliding into my phone shook me awake. I groaned and walked to the bathroom to relieve myself. I forgot about the text by the time I got back to bed, and I didn't check it. I wish I had. I checked the text message first thing in the morning. It was from my mom. I had avoided telling her because I knew she would freak out and drive all the way from Sacramento in the middle of the night to comfort me, when all she would do is make me more scared. Apparently Jacob had posted a photo of his shotgun resting next to the bed with a little bit of the story next to it. My mom saw on social media and started texting me at 1 a.m. Her first text was actually very helpful and something Jacob and I should have thought about the night before. I saw Jacob's post about what happened. I'm so sorry. Did you make sure the police checked every single inch of your house to make sure the guy isn't still there? My mom actually had a great point. I never even asked the cops how much they scoured the house. They just said he ran off sometime before I got home, and that was it. Jacob and I never did a great job of checking either. I woke up Jacob and told him we needed to search everywhere in the house. He was tired and unhappy but agreed to do it with shotgun in hand. What we found underneath my bathroom sink horrified me. There was a large cabinet directly underneath the sink in the bathroom in my bedroom about the size of a washing machine. I never even thought about it until now. I casually pulled the cabinet open almost as an afterthought and was immediately overtaken by the hideous scent of male BO. I started coughing, almost vomited as I looked away and connected my eyes with Jacob, who had a look of alarm on his face that I had never seen before. I followed Jacob's eyes and the stench to the space below the sink where I saw a filthy jean jacket, what looked like human excrement, and the bottle of pills which had been missing. We called the cops and had the house 100% searched. Nothing turned up, but the cop who gave me the video system pointed out that we should review the footage to see if it showed anything. Jacob and I watched the footage on my laptop with a few cops hanging over our shoulders. I was almost frozen in fear despite the amount of armed men in the room whose job it was to protect me. We had set up 3 cameras, so we had 3 different shots that we could watch at once. One from my bathroom, one in my bedroom, and one in the living room which feeds out into the front driveway of the house. I could feel the heart of even the largest cop in the room stop as we watched the footage. It started with the camera set up in my bedroom. The angle the camera provided showed my bathroom through the open door. The timestamp said it was just after 3 a.m. when movement finally started to happen while Jacob and I slept in our bed. We watched in horror as a dark figure of a man stretched himself out from underneath the bathroom sink and then took a moment to steady himself in the bathroom. He then slowly walked into our bedroom. The camera set up on my bed provided the perfect vantage point to see him as he walked right to my bed where Jacob and I were sleeping. We got the slightest glimpse of a round face encased by the hood of a sweatshirt. The man in the hood stopped right at the foot of our bed. He stood there for a good 20 seconds staring at Jacob and I as we slept, and then he walked out of the bedroom door. We watched the intruder simply walk out the front door at that point. He even locked the front door on his way out. The whole thing had a slight feel of politeness to it, but it was in no way friendly. It would have been much better had the intruder rifled through all of my stuff, stolen my things. Almost even better if he had attacked me. Hiding under the sink where I had brushed my teeth and washed my face just a few hours before, and then walking away long after I had gone to sleep, was the worst thing he could have done. The whole thing felt much more personal than opportunistic. Maybe that was his plan. I never stayed another night in that house. I moved a couple of towns over into a secure apartment building with heavy security, but still could never sleep easy at night, even if Jacob and his shotgun are by my side. I have done my best to fight through it. My apartment had a little compartment beneath the sink when I moved in. My first night in a new apartment, I had Jacob come over with tools from work and take the doors off. I feel a certain comfort each night when I am able to kick my feet into the now open space while I brush my teeth. It does just a little bit to calm my nerves, but I'll never quite be the same. Story 28. So we're at this camper near Dover Lights in Arkansas. It's not the fanciest campsite, but we managed to find this guy that spends a lot of time out there while also working. So he just vacations in the woods half the year. The guy offers to let my friend watch the place while he goes to visit his son. My friend automatically invites me and some other people to come hang out, and we spend a few days there drinking, smoking, fishing, and just messing around. All in all, pretty okay until my female friend gets super drunk and barges outside in the middle of the night buck naked to eat beans by the handful out of a cold pot. As someone who admires cleanliness, I follow her out to try and make sure she doesn't hurt herself while everyone else just laughs. So there she is, covered in beans, and I'm trying to convince her to settle down and clean herself off with a towel when suddenly her head shoots up like a deer in headlights. She just glares at the trees around us. We're alone and it's pitch black. She glares before literally growling and then sprinting into the woods. I have no idea what to do. I've completely lost sight of her, and she's naked in the woods by herself. A few failed attempts to call out to her, and I do the stupidest thing I could have done by following her. About 5 meters into the complete darkness, I look down and see a faint light from someone's phone. Picking it up, I see it's in camera mode, and there are pictures of us. Very recent pictures, all in creepy night vision mode, with some looking like they were taken from the window of the camper, and the last one is of my friend running directly towards the camera. Realizing what happened, I delete the pictures and drop the phone on a rock, crushing the screen with my foot. Still unable to find her and freaking out, I double back to the camper for help, only to find her still very drunk in a lawn chair naked. Carrying her back inside, I let her boyfriend towel her off, and they both pass out spooning on the bottom bunk. I never told them what really happened, and she didn't remember in the morning, but I did lock the door and wake up every hour to just keep an eye on things. Story 29. My brother and I would go to our dad's house for the weekend visit. It would be like 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and we were about 10 and 6 years old. All of a sudden he would be like, "Let's go for a ride," so we would load into the Jeep and drive to some house that I didn't recognize and turn the Jeep off. He would tell my brother and I not to move and to not make any noise, and that he would be back. Then he would disappear for 30 minutes to an hour. The weirdest part, they were all different houses. Story 30. My cousin is with the Forest Service in the Montana-Wyoming area, and I decided to go up there with her to literally test the waters. She does hydrology and has to ride out to the middle of nowhere to test streams and snow runoff to ensure no contaminants. So I thought that sounded fun and wanted to do a bit of a tour with her. We were going to have to camp out there for 2 nights, so we packed up all our gear and saddlebags and started out. The first day and night was amazing, beautiful scenery and amazing air quality. It really is so peaceful out there. We started out on the second day, and my cousin said, "You want to see something weird?" Of course, I said yes, so she led me up on a bit of a side journey into this tiny little ravine. We ended up traveling about 2 hours away from our actual path we had laid out. At the very end of this fold in the land, she dismounts and tells me to get off my horse too. We tie them up in this little clearing, and she tells me to follow this tiny wildlife path and bring our little rechargeable radio. It is one of those that you can plug in or wind up, and it also acts as a lantern if you really need it to. But that kills the batteries very quickly. Out in the middle of nowhere there is a huge coil of wire sticking out of the ground. The wire itself was not weirdly large like some buried transmission wire, but small like 10 or 12 gauge wiring for a house. It trailed off into the brush and the trees, so naturally I decided to follow the wire out of curiosity. My cousin trails behind me as I do, and this wire, after coming straight up from the ground, is strung across limbs of trees and then back to the ground. Then it snakes around rocks and finally dead ends into an outlet. That outlet is mounted on the side of a desk. It looks like a school teacher's desk from when I was growing up, with a metal base and a pseudo-wood plastic top thing. No chair, no building, no nothing. Just this outlet and this desk. I'm staring confused as all hell at this desk in the middle of a forest when my cousin takes the radio, pulls out the cord and plugs it into the outlet. It then lit up and started blaring static. The wire was being fed from somewhere. Now the place where we were at had no road access, no buildings for many miles, and no other people around, and yet there was a live outlet. It was weird as hell. No spooky jump scares or bodies. Just one lone powered desk in the middle of the woods. Story 31. There's an abandoned insane asylum in Northville, Michigan that my friends and I explored 3 times. This is the story of the 3rd time and the final time that we ever broke in. I still get chills every time I remember this night. The first 2 times we went, the asylum was actually more interesting than creepy to explore. Both times we happened to run into very friendly people there. The first time we ran into another group of high school kids. Scared the crap out of them at first. The second time we met a couple stoner Vietnam vets that gave us a tour of the place. It's an entire complex complete with underground tunnels, a morgue, and lots of files and things from the 50s. This time, however, we were alone and only had 2 flashlights between 3 people. Much like the guy with the story about the World War Roman II base. The echoing footsteps sound like they're coming from behind you and always seem to take one more step after you stop. So after exploring much of the asylum like this and being considerably creeped out already, we decide to head to the main building. It's about 18 stories tall, and the view from the top is pretty cool because it's by far the tallest building anywhere remotely close, and you can see Detroit from up there. We're nearing the top of the seemingly endless stair corridor when the girl that's with us freezes and whispers for us to stop. I heard footsteps. She whispers. I tried to tell her it was just our footsteps echoing, but when both of them made me shut up and listen, I could hear it as clear as day. The unmistakable sound of footsteps coming from the top floor. Now the building is tall, but very small area-wise, so we were very close to the sounds. Still standing on the stairs, we whisper amongst us about what we're going to do. My very stupid friend insists that it's probably just another friendly person and we should go up and say hello. I tried to explain to him that you don't want to meet the kind of people that pace the top floor of an old asylum in the middle of the night. We couldn't convince him and he goes to head upstairs. But I said screw this and just started running down the stairs. Fortunately, he followed us and we got out of there without ever finding out who was walking around up there that night. To top it all off, a cop passing by on the road spotted us after coming out of the building, and we had to run into the asylum complex to get away. I still think back to that night sometimes and wonder who was up there. There were definitely no guards, so it was probably either a gang of people or the tortured soul of a crazy person. Either way, it was way too close for comfort. Story 32. I woke up from a nap to the sound of my girlfriend sobbing somewhere else in the house. I got up to see what was wrong and determined that the sound was coming from downstairs. I followed the sound down the spiral staircase all the way to the finished basement. The sound was definitely coming from the little half bathroom at the bottom of the stairs that we rarely used. The door was closed, which it never was, and I couldn't see any light under the door, but the sound was very loud from the bottom of the stairs. It was about this time that I started to fully wake up and remember my girlfriend had been leaving for the grocery store when I started my nap. I could see her parking spot from one of the basement windows. She wasn't home. I called her name and the sobbing instantly stopped. The bathroom was empty when I finally got the courage to open the door. Story 33. There used to be an abandoned rubber factory on the edge of my town before it was torn down a couple years back. I went there once and tried all the doors, but they were barred. But I did find a crack in the concrete wall around the back that was just big enough to slip through. The inside was really neat. There were abandoned boats that must have been in storage for decades, a bunch of old conveyor belts and factory equipment, all kinds of drug paraphernalia. I found a random painting of Jesus in a makeshift shrine, but that's not the creepy part. I was walking around this abandoned factory at about 8 p.m., just after dark. I look around for an hour or so, and aside from some old shit, there's really nothing out of the ordinary. Then I hear music start playing, something sort of bluesy somewhere in the factory. I'm not easily scared, and I kind of wanted to figure out what sort of freak was listening to old records in an abandoned factory because honestly, that's something that I would do. I tracked down the noise after about 5 to 10 minutes, and it's in this room in the basement that has the doorway covered with a tarp. I go inside, and the room is a huge contrast from the rest of the dingy, dull, old factory. The walls were bright purple, and the room was warm, like there was a space heater in it, whereas the rest of the factory was freezing. There's a cassette player on the floor playing a song, which I later tracked down to be Elena Rigby by the Beatles, but I never found out what the other songs were, and a bunch of papers taped to the walls that all say, "She gotta run, she gotta run, she gotta run." If I were to guess, there were at least 100 sheets that said the exact same phrase, just plastered on the walls and laying on the floor. There was a chair that looked like it had been detached from a school desk in the corner, and a statue of an animal that was really badly chipped and burned, like someone was trying to destroy it. There was also a stack of VHS tapes that had names of women on the sides. I only remember seeing Jessica on multiple tapes, but there were a few other names. I left shortly after, because I got worried whoever owned all of this shit would come back and find me there, and I figured they were in the building with me. I couldn't stop thinking about it for a few weeks. I was convinced it was either a serial killer or some guy with a porn collection that he couldn't risk having at home, or something worse on the tapes, and I went back with a friend, but when we got there, They had already started demolishing the place and it was inaccessible. I'll always wonder what was on those tapes, but part of me is very glad that I'll never know. Story 34. I recently moved into a big house, just temporarily. It's kind of a complicated situation. The house belongs to a family member. They were going to be gone for a few months, that sort of thing. I was going to be there on my own, so obviously I thought, what if it's haunted? There wasn't anything in the house when I moved in. There is now. I was in the main hallway unpacking some stuff when the doorbell rang. That put me on edge right away because the house is at the end of a long driveway and kind of out of the way. You have to go looking for it. There was an old woman at the door. This was in broad daylight, but there was still something kind of off about her. She was really tall, like a full head taller than me, and I thought there was something weird about the way she looked. It was like none of her clothes fit her properly. She took my hand and smiled really wide and told me that she was from the neighborhood council or something like that, and asked if she could come in and talk to me. My gut reaction was to say no, but I couldn't really think of a reason to. She was just an old woman. What was she going to do? I really wish I had just slammed the door in her face. I brought her into the living room and she sort of tottered behind me like her feet didn't fit into her shoes properly. She sat down without asking and grinned at me until I took a seat across from her. For about a half a minute, she didn't say anything, just smiled and stared at me while it got increasingly awkward. Just as I was about to break the silence, she fished in her pocket and pulled out this really big, old-fashioned sweet. The type that comes in that see-through wrapping. Here, she said, eat this. I should probably point out here that she spoke really quietly, so it was difficult to hear anything she said. I accepted the sweet, kind of taken back, and unwrapped it. It was dark red, almost black. I popped it in my mouth because she was still grinning at me and nodding her head. Have you ever walked around behind a supermarket where they keep the big bins? They throw meat that's gone bad in those bins. Imagine that rancid smell, but on a hot summer day. It's so thick you can almost feel it in the air. That's what this sweet tasted like. I've almost spit it out onto the floor, but wanting to be nice made me chew the thing and force it down my throat. The woman was talking all the time, but between the taste and her quiet voice, I barely heard her. My mouth tasted like rotten meat, so I politely told her I was going to go get some water and ran into the kitchen. When I came back, she was gone. I had been in the kitchen for less than 30 seconds. My first reaction probably should have been to assume that she went to the bathroom or had to leave in a hurry. Instead, I searched the entire house. I went through every single room, convinced I was going to open a closet or look under a bed and see her stuffed in there, grinning at me. That didn't happen, obviously, but I was still extremely on edge as the sun started to go down. I felt like I was turning off the light in my bedroom after spotting a giant spider in there. That night, I propped a chair against my bedroom door because I just couldn't shake the feeling that the woman was still in the house somewhere, hiding. I woke up at around 2 in the morning and heard creaking floorboards downstairs. It was an old house and unfamiliar. I kept telling myself that until the noises stopped. When I woke up the next morning, there was a red sweet on the living room table. I'll tell you the same thing I told the police. No, I can't be absolutely certain that the sweet wasn't there the day before. Maybe I had just overlooked it, but I didn't think so. They told me that the organization the woman claimed to come from didn't actually exist and clearly thought I was wasting their time. After they left, I searched the entire house again and then the grounds. Then I searched them again. By the time I was finished, I had managed to calm down a bit and looked at the situation rationally. The woman probably left the suite there the previous day and I just didn't notice. I had searched the whole house twice now. There was nowhere she could possibly be hiding. She was probably just some daughtery old lady who wandered off while I was in the kitchen. As I prepared to go to bed, I had managed to fully delude myself into thinking nothing strange was going on. I decided not to do anything childish like blocking my door because what was I afraid of? Even if she somehow was still inside the house somewhere, what was she going to do? At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up abruptly, knowing in the back of my mind that something was wrong. I guess I must have heard something in my sleep. I turned over onto my side and reached out to turn on the bedside lamp, groping around because I was in an unfamiliar room. When the light came on, I saw the old woman standing right next to my bed. I only got a glimpse of her because as soon as I screamed, she scuttled backward out of the door really fast. I only got the briefest glimpse of her before she vanished into the unlit hallway outside my door. I now believe that the human brain has a special compartment for dealing with experiences far outside of the realm of the natural. If I had woken up to find a burglar in my room, I probably would have gone numb with panic. If there was a lion at the foot of my bed, I would have been too paralyzed with fear to do anything. But as soon as the woman was gone, that special compartment took over. I jumped out of bed and slammed the door shut, then shoved a chair up against the handle and then dashed for my phone. No signal. No internet. I later found out there was nothing wrong with the phone or the local service. I think that she was interfering with it somehow. The drop from the bedroom window was too high. If I landed just right, I would probably avoid injury. But what if I sprained an ankle or broke my leg? I had a sudden vision of pulling myself across the dark garden while the woman sprinted after me and decided I didn't want to risk it. That gave me two options. Wait out the night in my bedroom or try to get out of the house now. I went for the second one. I was thinking that my flimsy barricade wouldn't hold if the woman decided she wanted back in. I broke one of the chair legs off and crept slowly into the hallway, reaching carefully for the light switch. When I pressed it, the lights came on for a second and then faded out. I flicked the switch a few more times. Nothing. Some gut instinct told me she was sabotaging them somehow. I used my phone for light as I slowly, quietly crept along the upstairs hallway and down the stairs. The light barely traced the shapes of the walls and the dark, yawning frames of open doorways. I jumped at every single shadow and unidentifiable shape, certain that at any second that grinning face would appear out of the shadows. I got downstairs into the front door. I had double-locked it and put the chain in place. Just as I was reaching for the first lock, I heard rapid, uneven footsteps at the top of the stairs, approaching swiftly. I undid the first lock. A high-pitched shriek came from halfway down the stairs, and I screamed as I undid the second lock and wrenched the door open. It stuck fast. I had forgotten the chain. I glanced behind me and saw the tall, spindly shape of the woman half running, half falling down the stairs toward me, her head lolling backward and her mouth hanging open. I can't even remember getting the chain off. I might actually have just yanked the door open so hard I broke it. In any case, the last I saw of the woman was her face, inches away from me, as I slammed the door shut. I sprinted to the nearest house and eventually they called the police, possibly because I was half delirious with fear and babbling incoherently. The police once again failed to find anything unusual. It's been a week. I'm staying at a friend's place, sleeping with the lights on and the bedroom door barricaded. The house's real owners aren't back yet. I'm not sure what I'm going to tell them, but I have to stop them from going back there, somehow. This isn't a haunting, it's an infestation. I can't stop thinking about all of the holes in our defenses, the windows and doors left open, the strangers invited into our living rooms. I just hope to God it's the house that she wanted, and not me. Story 35. I was about 15 minutes from finishing the night shift at work, when there was a massive crash on one of the windows in the office. So I get up and go check it out. Someone has thrown quite a sizable rock through one of the windows on the front of the building. This is made especially weird, because I'm working in the industrial district at 1130 at night, with none of the other businesses open. I go back to my desk, put a quick call through to security to let them know, and then I decide to head home. As I'm leaving the building, I'm freaking myself out about it more and more, and end up running to my car, getting in and taking off as fast as I can. I'm almost home, and I've started to calm down a bit when I realize that I didn't unlock my car when I got in. It had been unlocked the whole time. I do a quick check with my hand in the back seat, but there's nothing there. Fast forward 30 minutes. I've called a friend of mine who says he is out drinking at a bar nearby, so I decide I'm going to go join him. I jump on my bicycle and start riding over. I'm riding along the road on my bike. It's a nice night, and I'm in no big rush, just enjoying the moonlight, when I hear someone riding behind me. I straighten up and stick to one side of the road. He passes me really slowly, and when he is right beside me, he shoots me a smile that I can only describe as purely insane. I kind of flinch, and am taken back as he rides on. That's when I realize he is riding my mom's bike. Needless to say, I turned around and went home, and when I got there, sure enough, her bike is missing, and one of my car doors is open. This person was crouched behind me the entire drive home. Story 36. I remember it was about 9 p.m., and the kids' parents would be getting home in like an hour or so. I had put the kids to bed, and so I was downstairs watching TV by myself. However, every so often the TV would flicker with static. To be honest, it was starting to scare me. It wasn't until the point when I looked up from the TV and out of the nearby window when I lost it. There wasn't actually anything outside, but it seemed as if it was the reflection. I saw what looked like a tin man standing not too far away from me behind the couch. Needless to say, there wasn't actually anything there when I snapped my head around to look at the spot where it was standing in the reflection. I grabbed all my stuff and wanted to get out of that house then and there. Instead, I ran upstairs and actually sat down quietly where the kids were sleeping until the parents got back home. I particularly remember when the parents came home and I had started to leave. I was pulling out of their driveway on my old Ford Laser, and I looked up into the kids' bedroom window. The same reflection I saw earlier was looking back down at me, with a hand raised, as if waving goodbye. I have never babysat anyone again. Story 37. I worked at a women's clothing mail order catalog call center. During training, a veteran worker was talking about getting to know the frequent callers, and the story of one of them. The old lady used to call in often. She was blind, but would have someone help her pick out things. The manager of her apartment complex, I think. She would order often, and they got to know her by name. Eventually, she stopped calling in, so they contacted the number they had for her, which was the apartment manager's number. The old lady was fine, but had to be moved to a new building, because even though she was blind, she was very meticulous with her cleaning. She cleaned everything often. The manager had come in to do some maintenance for the first time in many months. Every room in her apartment, above head level, had thick webs and nests of black widow spiders. Hundreds of them. Can you imagine? An oblivious old lady walking around blind in a house she thinks is spotless, but there is a soul-freezing nightmare swarming all over the ceiling. Story 38. One day while doing my laundry, one of the lights blew out in my basement. My basement is set up so that the laundry room is split from the other side of the basement with a wall and a door. In order to get upstairs, you have to exit the laundry room and go through the other part of the basement. Since there was only light on one side, it was really dark. I finished the laundry I had to do while dreading the walk through the dark basement. I exited the laundry room and got halfway through the basement when I heard a loud cackle. Imagine the sound people make when they try to imitate a witch. Take that and imagine that the witch had been smoking for 50 years, making her voice deeper and hoarser. That is what I heard, clear as day, right behind me. I did not look or hesitate. I bolted for the stairs. I waited until my father got home and then changed the light bulb. I have yet to hear the cackle or anything else since, and I have not told a single person in the house about it. Story 39. About 30 years ago, my mom went on a blind date. Her date took her to a restaurant, and although he was nice enough, she just wasn't into him. Not even halfway through the meal, she was already thinking of ways to leave early. The waiter could tell. While my mom's date was in the restroom, the waiter approached her and asked her if she was okay. She explained that she was on a blind date and not having much fun. It turns out the waiter was just about to get off work. He offered to give her a ride home if she waited another 10 minutes. She considered it and was about to say yes when her date came back from the restroom. She gave a subtle head shake, no, to the waiter, and then smiled. She and her date finished their meals and then he took her home. The next night, my mom was watching the evening news. A story comes on about a woman being raped and murdered behind a restaurant the night before. The restaurant was the one that she had been at. They showed the murderer's picture. It was the waiter. Story 40. My cousin and his family had lived in their house for about 5 years. His wife left home to drop the baby off at daycare before work, but realized she had left her phone at home. Entering the house, she turned the corner to the hallway and nearly ran into the drop-down attic ladder, which was fully extended. They never used the attic as it was filled with loose insulation. She quietly left the house, drove around the corner and called the police. When the police investigated, they found a short-range transmitter connected to several cameras hidden throughout their home. The light fixture in the shower, the ceiling fan above their bed, even a pinhole in the nursery were sending videos to a nearby location. Their neighbor, a few houses away, had been given a key by the prior owners and installed surveillance equipment once he knew their schedule. My cousin's wife walked in on him updating his equipment, but he forgot something at his house and left to get it when she walked in. He had been watching them for years. Story 41. My grandpa worked night shifts, so my grandma was home alone most nights. Her sister-in-law Rose would randomly come over to keep her company. My grandma decided to go to bed early one night. Rose came over that night to see how she was doing. She went to my grandma's bedroom after calling for her with a reply of, "I'm in bed, just come in." Upon entering the room, Rose starts acting weird and telling my grandma that she really wants her to get up and come help her with something in the kitchen. My grandma was ready to go to sleep and was already in bed and really didn't want to. Rose was really adamant for her to come help her, telling her that it was urgent. After a while, my grandma eventually got up and followed Rose to the kitchen. Upon entering, Rose whispers in a panic with tears in her eyes, "There's a man under your bed with a knife." My grandma, of course, didn't believe her at first, but seeing the panic in Rose's eyes, she knew that she was telling the truth. They proceeded to call the cops and left to the neighbor's house. The cops came and found a man hiding in the closet with a butcher knife. Story 42. A group of friends was staying at this remote cabin that one of my friend's cousins owned. There were no roads leading to the cabin, and it was a good 3 or 4 day hike from where you park the cars. I couldn't go at the same time as everyone else due to work obligations, so I decided to head up the same day, but later. It would mean I would have to camp for a night by myself though. The latter part of the trail is too dangerous to be taken at night, especially for someone who doesn't know it. I didn't care. I was kind of looking forward to it as I've never camped alone before, so I was in the middle of these woods when the sun went down. I got my camp set up in the small clearing, probably 40 feet across. I got my campfire going and pitched a small one-person tent. I did all of that camping stuff like cooking hot dogs on a stick over the fire and made some s'mores. I probably stayed up for a good 2 or 3 hours after dark. The entire time I thought I heard stuff moving in the woods on the edge of the clearing. I didn't think anything of it at first because the woods are full of animals, but as the night went on, I realized that whatever it was just circling the clearing over and over. Once I started paying attention, it made 4 or 5 laps around before I decided to get up and investigate. The noise stopped as soon as I stooped up and I thought I heard some sound going away through the woods. I just shrugged it off thinking it was some fox that probably got curious and then got scared when I stood up. I decide it's time to go to sleep. I douse the fire and climb into my tent. I start to doze off and stay in that half-asleep, half-awake state for a while. I normally hear weird things when I'm in this state, so I don't think much of it when I hear a voice. Something wakes me completely and I realize the voice is real and right outside my tent. It's just above a whisper, and I'm not sure if it was another language or if they were speaking English in such a way that I couldn't understand. I lay there for some time, I don't know how long, listening and waiting for something to happen. There is just enough moonlight to light up the walls of the tent so I can see when a hand presses onto the wall of my tent down near my foot. This freaks me out and I sit up quickly. Whoever was outside of the tent disappeared. I could hear them running full sprint through the woods. I get out of the tent and shine my flashlight around and I see nothing. I was expecting there to be a bloody handprint on the tent, but there was nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I packed up my camp at first light that morning and booked it to the cabin. Story 43. I was playing around with a radio once when I was a kid, just slowly spanning through the static trying to find a station. I had found an old television antenna, attached it to the side of our house and ran a wire out my window to it with an alligator clip attached to the radio antenna, allowing me to get a way broader range of signals. So I'm sitting there early in the morning like 2 a.m., slowly sweeping frequencies, and suddenly I get to this station that's playing this very weird crackling sound. It sounded sort of like cracking knuckles or maybe Rice Krispie cereal, but with a fixed rhythmic pattern instead of being random. I sat there listening to it for a second, and then it suddenly stopped, and this faint voice said, "It doesn't work. We're already dead. We're already dead." It took a second for the weight of the words to hit me, but when they did, I freaked out and almost threw the radio across the room. I'm pretty sure it was just someone messing around with a radio transmitter, but damn if it didn't scare the hell out of me. Story 44. About 5 years ago, my mom started dating a guy she met on a dating site. I had recently started dating the woman who would later become my wife, and we had met online. My wife and I never really liked this guy. We didn't think he was mean or anything like that, just a little creepy. He was quiet. He kept his eyes closed a lot and occasionally said odd things like offering my wife a chocolate and then popping one in his mouth, closing his eyes and moaning as he let it melt in his mouth. One time my wife and I were visiting my mom, but she got called into work, so we waited at her house. Her boyfriend was over, but he spent the entire several hours just hanging out in her bedroom with the door closed. Just before Christmas, my mom and this guy started having some difficulties in their relationship. My wife and I were visiting her for the holidays, and she dropped all of her problems on us, and we listened carefully and gave her our opinions and suggested that she would be better off without him. She already had made up her mind and decided to break up with him on Christmas Eve. We spent the night at my mom's and got up early on Christmas morning to visit my dad at his house. We didn't plan to spend the night at my dad's, but we got snowed in, which was actually a nice Christmas surprise. The next day we left as soon as we could get through the snow, and my wife suggested that we stop by my mom's house on the way so that we could check to see if she was all right. My wife had a really bad feeling about my mom's now ex-boyfriend. My mom's car was in the driveway, but that doesn't mean much because she lives close enough to work that she often walks, and it hadn't snowed in her town. She also never locks her door, which drives me crazy, so we let ourselves in. That's when we see blood oozing out of the refrigerator's water dispenser. It had filled up the spill container and was leaking onto the floor and had made a puddle. My wife screamed and I freaked out. I fully expected to see my mom's head in the freezer. I nervously opened the freezer to find a bag of frozen cherries that had been opened, crammed into the freezer so that it fell onto the ice dispenser and melted. Story 45. A few years back, I rented an apartment from a friend of mine. He had recently bought it and had it completely renovated. He put it up for sale but couldn't find a buyer, so I offered to rent it in the meantime. After moving in, I realized there was something wrong with the lady next door. She was about 45 but looked much older. She would sit up all night listening to Christian radio shows and talking loudly to someone. It got to the point where I couldn't sleep, so I went over to her place and asked her to keep it down. She opened her door and I got a quick peek. Her walls all had crosses painted on them in different colors, and words like Jesus and angels scribbled everywhere. The windows were painted black, letting no light in at all. It was damp, yellow-stained 50-year-old carpets, dog crap and cockroaches everywhere. No dog though. I asked her to please keep it down. She just looked at me and shut the door. Then she turned up the radio even louder. The next night I had my girlfriend staying over. I wake up in the middle of the night and see a shadow of a person next to the bed looking at us sleeping. I think I'm hallucinating, as I usually do in the dark when I'm sleepy, but then the shadow starts talking. It's my neighbor, and she's holding something in her hand. She broke in during the night, and who knows how long she was standing there. "You should lock your door at night," she says, and walks out. The next morning I hear someone making strange noises below my bedroom window. It's my neighbor talking to herself in tongue. At this point I'm beyond scared. She's obviously very ill. I go upstairs and knock on another person's door and ask what the hell is going on. The guy is as scared as I am. Apparently she broke into his apartment one evening as well while he was watching TV with his kids. He got up from the couch to get a snack only to find her behind the couch staring at him holding a power drill. Now I know what she was holding in her hand. At this stage I'm basically hysterical. I call the cops and they know all about her. Apparently she is a violent schizo and she hasn't taken her meds, but they can't force her or enter her apartment without her permission because she owns it. The only thing they can do is get her when she goes outside. I sat up for the next 2 weeks waiting for her to run out of cigarettes. When I heard her leave at 2 a.m. to go across the road to the 7-Eleven, I called the cops. They had 3 cars and a special van over in less than 2 minutes. They restrained her and threw her in the van and drove off to some institution in less than a minute. It's like she was never there. I never saw her again. I still have nightmares about her looking at me in my sleep. Story 46. This happened to me when I was about 8 years old and it still scares me to this day. One evening I went to let my dogs in from the back garden at around 9 p.m. It was pitch black, so I quickly opened the door and my dogs came bounding in. As soon as they came in, I locked the door, and at this moment a person on the other side pulled the handle down trying to get into my house. We had a glass door, so even in the dark I could see the outline of a man standing there. I ran to my dad and he ran into the back garden after this man and saw him running down the road. Since then I have closed and locked all doors at the speed of light. Story 47. One of the scariest things I have ever heard was when I worked in retail. The store I worked at used to do layaway, and that was where I worked. Right by the layaway counter we had 3 bathrooms. A men's multi-stall, a women's multi-stall, and a family bathroom. Only the family bathroom had a door that locked. All the others had a push-pull swing door. I was in the back cleaning up when I thought I heard screaming, so I walked out front by the counter. I heard more screaming. I was not sure at first where it was coming from. I ran and checked the men's and the women's bathroom, and they were empty, and I still heard the crying and screaming. It was coming from the family bathroom. I banged on the door, but the yelling and screaming and crying kept going. I called for a manager because I had no way of getting in the door since it was locked. This whole time there is still screaming. After several attempts of trying to open the door, we called 911. We had no idea what was going on, but it didn't sound good. It went on for about 15 minutes at this point, although it felt like forever, and then the sound stopped. No more crying, no more screaming. We banged on the door until the police came. When they finally did, they had to kick the door in since we had no key. As we all stood around and looked in, all we saw was blood all over the place. We were not really sure what happened at first, but the police told us to back up, and that's when they pulled out a lady covered in blood. We all just stood there in shock. She was not moving and we thought she was dead. They took the lady away. We all had to give statements. This story is not scary in the ghost sense, but for that to happen right behind the door and not know what is going on, and the utter feeling of helplessness, was very scary to me. Story 48. To really get my story, you have to have an understanding of my 3rd floor landing. There's a single set of stairs that lead up to it. Once on the landing, it's a T shape with an office on the left. my bedroom to the right, and straight ahead is a bathroom with a shower. One night at about 10 p.m. I'm taking a shower before I go to sleep. The glass panels on my shower is that concave convex glass that blurs everything, so everything was blurred and unclear. As I'm taking the shower, I glance through the glass to the door to the bathroom, and I see a hand reach over to the light switch. All it did was hit the lights. That's it. No noise. No attack. Nothing. It just turned off the lights. So there I am. I just saw someone's hand reach into the bathroom, and now I'm in my shower and it's pitch black. I've never been so chilled to the bone before. Something about being in the darkness of the night, with the only noise being the water hitting the floor beneath me. It just reduced me to the most primal state of pure fear I've ever been in. I eventually get myself to leave the shower and I hit the lights. The relief that came over me was immense. I've never been able to explain it. The stairs up to the landing are old and they creak like hell. I would have heard someone come up and go down. No one was there. No one was in my room or the office. What was even more weird, nothing like it has ever happened since. Story 49. I work as a night janitor at the local high school. I would 95% of the time be the only one working the night shift. There was really a need for more than one. I always start with the classrooms and then work my way up to the upstairs, the cafeteria, gym, auditorium, and nurse's office. Those were all the responsibility of the morning and afternoon guys. So since I was always working alone, I would usually have radio set up in the hallways playing loud music like I did on this one night. The upstairs of the school was shaped like a U rather than an O. So to go around to the other side, there was only one way. I was mopping the floor in one of the classrooms when I noticed from all the way across the other side of the school, the lights to one of the classrooms turned on. The light was left on. I always shut the lights off to any room I was in. I stood there with chills running through my body. I saw someone walking over to the window. They stopped and stared straight over at me through the window. It was the most disturbing thing I had ever seen. I didn't know what to do. Run away, confront them, call the police. I got closer to the window. The person looking at me looked to be in their 30s or 40s. He raised his hand and began waving at me slowly. I pulled the classroom shut and then tried to catch my breath. When I pulled the curtains open slightly to look again, the light to the classroom across the school was off. My heart began to pound. I was sure he was on his way over to this classroom. At that moment, the option to run seemed best. And so I did. I ran into the hallway and down the stairs to the back door of the school. I didn't care about anything at that moment except my life. The security cameras in the school revealed that at some time in the middle of the night, the man emerged from the school basement and started wandering around. I got a closer look at the man's face and it was disturbing. He was not a normal-looking man. The scariest part was watching him go back down into the basement and then never coming out. He was never found. Story 50. I was the lone recreation ranger in a small district in southern Idaho. Nearest town from the guard station was about 1.5 hours away. After moving into the guard station, solar power was not working and I hadn't slept for about a month due to various factors. The woods there always had an eerie feeling to them, unlike the southwest ponderosa forest that I was used to. About 2 months into the seasonal job, I started to hear something walking and scratching on the deck at night. Now, this district was known for its badgers and beavers, so I didn't think much of it. When leaving the cabin at night, I always had an eerie feeling like I was being watched. One night, I was returning from my grocery run and I had a bad feeling. At the time, I did not have my shotgun in the vehicle. After stepping out of the vehicle, I looked to the right of the cabin, about 50 feet from my front door. All I could see were two eyes about 3.5 to 4 feet in the air. To say I freaked out was an understatement. I started yelling, "Get the hell out of here," but the eyes only crouched down and inched closer to me. I tossed a piece of firewood in the general area, and whoever or whatever it was left back a bit but did not make a sound. Tossed 4 or 5 more pieces, and whatever it was still inched forward. At this point, I fumbled with my keys. Of course, the solar power was out again. I managed to get inside and grabbed my shotgun. Technically, you are not supposed to have guns in government housing, but who lives in the hills have eyes back country and does not carry. I went outside, still could not get a good look with my headlamp, loaded the shotgun and continued to throw pieces of wood with one hand. Finally, whatever or whoever it was walked back into the brush. That night, I drank about 4 IPA and slept with my shotgun. In the morning, the trail crew came up and we found mountain lion tracks all over the porch, the rocking bench and the compound leading back to the creek. After that event, I always heard the rocking chair move and someone walking on the porch, but never found any tracks after that. Considering that it was always muddy up there, it was weird to not find any tracks. I've been stalked by mountain lions before and never had that eerie feeling like I did that night. Story 51. I used to work as a 911 operator in a relatively large metro area. One night at around 3 a.m. or so, I answered a call from an elderly lady who said she didn't feel good. I tried to get more info about what was wrong. Chest pain, trouble breathing, headache, is she diabetic, etc. She gave me her address and phone number and said no one else was home, but the front door was unlocked so they could come in. I toned the call out as a general illness and kept trying to get more details. No matter what else I asked about what was wrong, all she would say is, "I just don't feel good. Can you send someone to help me?" After a few minutes she said, "I'm gonna put the phone down for a minute. I need to go to the bathroom." I tried to get her to stay on the line with me, told her she can do whatever she needs to get ready, but I'd like to be able to stay in contact in case there's a problem. She said, "I'm gonna put the phone down. I'll just be a minute." I stayed on the line and asked for her every so often, but got no reply. A couple minutes passed and then the fire department called on scene, so I just disconnected and didn't think much about it. I told them that the caller left the front door unlocked and that she was in the bathroom. A couple more minutes and one of the firefighters called over the air with a weird tone and said, how exactly was this caller received?" I told them the call was first party from the patient's home phone approximately 8 minutes ago. He didn't respond over the air, but called the desk from his cell phone on the phone. He said, "Are you sure this wasn't a third-party call from a family member or something?" I said negative, caller advised. I don't feel good and said no one else was in the house. So the best of my knowledge, the caller is the patient. Have you made contact? He responded, "Yeah, she was in the bathroom like you said, but she's probably been dead for about 12 hours. Cold to the touch, fully livid, full rigor mortis. We're going to need a deputy out here." Afterwards, we pulled the tapes of the radio and phone calls and checked the timestamps, the address, the phone number and went over everything again a few times to see if I missed something. I called them back in the morning after the shift to see if they had any more information, but they were just as weirded out as we were. The phone was still in the living room and the patient was dead in the bathroom. Story 52. I'm currently a freshman in college. One of my close friends in my pledge class is on the soccer team and heard this story with too much evidence and corroboration for it to have been completely fabricated. My friend is close with this guy on the soccer team who recently went on a Tinder date with a junior at a college near us. She's from around Boston and commutes to her school. He matches with her on Tinder, takes her to dinner. They're having a good time and get to talking about their lives and such. On the date, she tells him about another date she had recently been on that left her with a bad feeling. She had matched with a normal-looking guy on Tinder from the area and agreed to meet up after talking for a while. They went to a popular bar near there for drinks afterwards. She got a bad feeling by the end of the dinner and the bar didn't end up happening. Apparently, it wasn't anything too bad. She could just tell he was a bit strange and not her type. So she gives him an excuse and goes home. Their texts were normal afterwards and she chalked it up to just a bad date. A couple days later, she meets up with the soccer guy from the beginning of the story and they really hit it off. Her parents leave a few days after that for a trip, which she had told soccer guy about. The date went really well and he planned on going over at some point to chill with her. The first night that her parents are gone, she wakes up to a noise in the kitchen. Her room is on the second floor. The kitchen is on the ground floor and there's a basement under that normal house in Back Bay. So she thinks she heard something and it freaks her out badly enough that she calls her parents. They tell her everything's fine. You're probably just hearing things because it's an old house. Don't worry. Realistically, I think that would have been anyone's, myself included, reaction. The second day they're gone. She's upstairs and hears a noise from the TV room behind the kitchen. They don't have any pets, and these were the types of noises that would make you get up from what you were doing to make sure something hadn't fallen or whatever. She described to my mutual friend as feeling like if she had gone downstairs at that moment, something bad would have happened. She calls her parents again and they say the same thing. She gets up the nerve to go downstairs and look and everything is normal. Nothing has moved. Nothing is knocked over. The alarm records didn't show any doors or windows opening. She figures that she's freaking out over nothing. On the third day, everything is fine. No noises. No cause for concern. My mutual friend was going to go over there but had a unified midterm and couldn't make it that evening. She's watching TV in her room and hears a noise somewhere downstairs. This time, it wasn't something she could ignore. All of her adrenaline was firing. She calls the cops without asking her parents. They say basically the same thing as her parents. Since you just heard a noise, we'll try to have someone over to check outside your house in around an hour. About 10 minutes later, a police car pulls into her driveway. They rush the house and she's watching this from an upstairs window. The cops throw the front door open and immediately fan out, sprinting through every room in the house and yelling clear. One of them tries the basement door but it's locked from the inside. They break down the flimsy door and rush down into the basement. They found her Tinder date in the basement. He had completely covered one part of the room in some kind of heavy plastic tarp. He had a bag of heavy-duty butchering knives with him. The cops immediately surrendered him and took him away. She was told by the cops that after she called, they heard a second phone pick up, and when she hung up the phone, They heard him breathing, and then laugh, and then a click as he hung up the phone. The mutual friend heard about all of this after the fact, and the thing that really gets me is the part about the cops hearing him on the phone. When my friend told me and some of the guys in my fraternity that part of this story, it felt like all of the oxygen left the room. Story 53. When I was 16 in the mid-90s, I got in a fight with an acquaintance while a whole bunch of us were hanging out at his house. Stupid fight. I can't remember what it was about, but I decided screw it. I'm walking home. I lived about 5 miles away, but I didn't have a car. And since it was 2 a.m., there were no buses. I had to walk all the way home. In hindsight, my friends either didn't believe that I was really going to do it or were too startled by the sudden argument to realize what I was doing. I left the house and started walking about a mile out. The suburban housing neighborhood melted into a main street with highway access. I started to notice a gray minivan was following me. It would follow me, pass me, turn a corner, and about 3 blocks later it would do the same thing. It was very obvious that it was following me. I crossed over to the other side of the street. So I was walking the opposite of traffic flow, and thus no car could come up behind me. The van kept doing it on the other side of the street. About a mile later, there was a 24-hour grocery store with the lights on, but the parking lot was empty. I immediately crossed the parking lot and went to go inside. Just before I got to the doors, the minivan that had been following me pulled up into one of the parking spots. A guy called out from the driver's side and said, "I don't want you to walk over here. Just stay there and listen. I just wanted to let you know that I wasn't following you. I saw you walking a while back. But I also saw a guy following you and hiding behind the bushes. A couple of times you went to turn around or stopped. He got really close. When I saw it, I started to follow you both just to make sure you were safe. Go inside the store and call someone to come pick you up, please. I haven't seen him since you crossed the street." He waited until I was inside the store and then pulled away. I didn't have anyone to call. So I let the night cashier know what was going on and hung out with her for about an hour. And then I was forced to leave. I've never forgotten this incident, or that man, whoever he was. During the walk, I never saw anyone, but I have never been more terrified walking alone at night. And I feel very confident that he saved my life that night. Story 54. This happened to my sister. Her husband and her had just had their first child a few months prior. My brother-in-law was working the graveyard, shifted his job as my sister stayed home taking care of my nephew. Around 2 a.m. she heard loud knocking on her back door. She went to go check it out and saw a lady banging on the door asking for my sister to let her in. The lady told my sister that her husband had just beat her and he was down the street and was looking for her. My sister was hesitant to let her inside since she had a newborn baby in the house and didn't want to interfere. So she told the lady that the best she could do was call the police for her. The lady told my sister to not call the police and to just let her in. This is where my sister got suspicious. She went to get her phone and called 911. When she went back to the door, the lady was gone. The police arrived a few minutes later, and they told my sister that the same situation happened a few streets down. Apparently, a man and a woman would do this in order to get inside people's houses. I'm sure this is very common, but having it almost happen to my sister and my nephew really creeps me out. What would have happened if she had opened the door for her? Story 55. When I was around 16 years old, My rapidly growing family finally moved from the house I had spent my entire life in. As you would expect, we spent a lot of time fondly remembering things we used to do in that house as we were packing everything up. At some point, I decided to go into the downstairs closet with a flashlight and read, something I used to do when I was a young kid to get some peace and quiet. Now, this is one of those deep closets that goes under the stairs. It went back around 8 feet and then had a left turn into a very low, maybe 3-foot high space. This space was largely occupied by a mountain of old blankets and stuffed animals. Of course, this is the most fluffy spot to sit and read. About an hour in, I shift a little to get comfortable, and I hear a low, slow, warped voice say, "You always make me happy." I flipped out, hit my head on the low ceiling, and practically broke the door down getting out. After hyperventilating and explaining to my family why there was no color left in my face, I went back to see what it was. It was an old, stuffed bear from when I was about 3 or 4 years old that I happened to lean on just right to press his belly. When I pressed his stomach again though, nothing. This poor bear that I hadn't played with since I was a toddler used the last of its power, used its dying breath to tell me that I made it happy. You make me happy too, little bear, when you're not making me piss myself. Story 56. I sleep in a 1-bedroom apartment, and every night I close my door because I don't have windows in my room and I love the pitch black darkness. So I drift off and snooze for however long and then start to stir. I casually wake up as my eyes adjust to the darkness. I check my phone and lay it back down to sleep more. As I'm laying there, I open my eyes and see a face. It's in the doorway of my now cracked open bedroom door. It's at the height of a child. It took me a minute to really gather what I was looking at. I could only make out the roundness of the little face and the black beady eyes. The lips were very shadowy but still visible. It just kept sort of swaying ever so slightly like it was trying to spy on me. And I just looked at it, and after a long time being fully exhausted, I fell asleep. I then woke up. It was morning. I gradually sat up, stretched, and then looked at my phone. Then I remembered the creepy face that I had just seen a few hours ago. I thought it was interesting that it must have been sleep paralysis, but that's never happened to me before. I then sat up and looked straight at my door, which was still cracked open. I never got up during the night, I remember that, and I always sleep with my door closed. I've told people this story and they just tell me, "Yeah, right," or "That's creepy." It was a weird situation. I can easily attribute the face to maybe still being sort of asleep, but the door slightly being open, that's something that I can't put my finger on. Story 57. When I was a child, my family moved to a big old 2-story house with big empty rooms and creaking floorboards. Both of my parents worked, so I was often alone when I came home from school. One early evening when I came home, the house was dark. I called out, "Mom," and heard her say from upstairs. Yes, I called her again as I climbed the stairs to see which room she was in. We were decorating at the time and I didn't know my way around the maze of rooms, but she was in one of the far ones right down the hall. I felt uneasy, but I figured that was only natural, so I rushed forward to see my mom, knowing that her presence would calm my fears as a mother's presence always does. Just as I reached for the handle of the door to let myself into the room, I heard the front door downstairs open and my mom call out, "Sweetie, are you home?" I jumped back, startled, and ran down the stairs to her. But as I glanced back from the top of the stairs, the door to the room was now open slightly, and for a very brief moment, I saw someone peeking out at me. When my mom and I went up to check, there was no one there. Story 58. This happened when I was in college, 4 years ago. I went to a university that was very close to the ocean on the East Coast. I made friends with some people one weekend, and one guy in the group of people I met invited us to go out on his boat with him sometime. He described his boat to a bunch of people and was very proud to have it. It sounded like an expensive sailboat by the way he described it. I'm not really familiar with boats and hadn't ever been on one other than a cruise ship when I was 11 years old. This guy said his parents bought it for him, and that made sense because he was known to be a spoiled rich kid. He was nice though, and the idea of cruising around some Saturday afternoon and drinking some beers sounded appealing. After that conversation, I saw him around in school but didn't talk to him much until one day he approached me in the library and asked if I still wanted to go sailing. I said sure. That sounded awesome, and he told me the following day he was going to go out onto the water and it would be a perfect opportunity. After a lengthy conversation about how sailing works and him assuring me that it was safe and that he had all of the proper training, I told him I would meet him at the docks the next morning. That night my roommate asked me what I was doing for the weekend, and I told him that I made plans to go sailing. He freaked out on me and told me that he really wished that he could go too. My roommate and I were really good friends, and honestly it sounded like way more fun if he was to join us, so I invited him to go, and that I was pretty sure that the other guy would be cool with it. The next morning my roommate and I grabbed some coffee and then went and grabbed some beers from the store to bring along with us on our voyage. We ate some breakfast and then headed over to the docks to meet the guy. We were pretty excited, and when we got there we followed the direction he gave me and found his boat. It was a huge orange and white sailboat. We stood on the dock next to the boat looking at it, and when the guy popped his head up from somewhere he immediately showed a look of concern on his face. He jumped off the side of the boat and onto the dock right next to us. He looked at my roommate and then at myself and asked, "Who is this?" I told him he was my roommate, that he was cool, and that he had asked if he could come along. I told him I didn't think he would mind. The guy looked very annoyed, and it was very awkward for about a minute. The guy kept looking back and forth between us and the boat. He took his hat off and rubbed his head like he was really stressed out. Eventually he sighed and said that it was fine. A few hours later we're on the boat drinking and having fun. The water was pretty smooth sailing and the sun was shining bright. The guy acted a bit off the whole time, and I figured it was because I brought my roommate. After drinking 3 or 4 beers, I felt the courage to ask the guy what was wrong and if he was still pissed that I brought my roommate. He responded with something along the lines of, "It just kind of ruined my plans." My roommate chimed in and asked, "What plans?" I could tell my roommate thought it was funny because it sounded like the guy wanted to be alone with me. The guy looked at him and said, "Well, because you're here, I can't kill him." This took me off guard completely, and I felt fear and unbelievable relief hit me at the same time. My roommate and this guy started cracking up, and my roommate brushed it off as a joke. I didn't know what to think. Was this guy serious? Did I narrowly avoid being killed? Is his sense of humor just that weird? I believe I got my answer when I went below deck an hour later to grab another beer from the fridge. Next to the fridge was a brown swinging door that led to a small private bedroom. I was feeling the beer pretty good by this point, and without thinking, I pushed the door open to have a look. Laying at the foot of the bed, there was this big cinder block, some yellow rope, some tape, and what looked like a recorder of some sort. After seeing that, I felt sick to my stomach and wanted off this boat as soon as possible. I wanted to go back up and confront the guy, but I decided against it because I had no idea what he was capable of. What seemed like hours and hours more of being with this cycle, we finally made it back to the dock. We said our goodbyes, and on the way back to my room, I told my roommate about what I saw. He couldn't believe it. I'm pretty damn sure that my roommate saved my life that day. I shit you not. I never saw that guy again on campus. What he had planned, I don't want to know. Story 59. I'm 28 years old, and this is the first time I've thought about this incident in detail because of how traumatizing it was. I met my ex-girlfriend in California in 2010. We had both lived there our whole lives but decided to move to Maine a couple years after we started dating. She had flown to Maine on a business trip in 2012 and fell in love with everything about it. The small towns, the scenery, and the people. She came home and convinced me to pack up our whole lives and move there. And so we did. We saved up a bunch of money and rented a huge moving truck. The plan was for me to drive the moving truck across the country while she stayed behind 3 days to finish her classes at the local community college, which were due to end at that time. I would have just waited until her classes were finished, but we decided to take advantage of an incredibly good deal that we were offered from the company who provided the moving truck. She had a car that she had to drive there anyways while I towed my car behind the moving truck. My brother came with me on the trip, helping me drive. The drive was obviously a very long one, and when my brother and I arrived in Maine about 4 days after we had left, we were exhausted. After unloading the truck and sleeping for about 16 hours, we decided to visit the small town of Belfast, which was about 14 miles away from my new house. We ate some seafood at a little family-owned joint, rented a scary movie, and made the drive back to the house. My new house was literally in the middle of nowhere. During the day, the view of the lake in my backyard was amazing. The woods surrounding my house were awesome, and everything was really beautiful. At night it was a different story. The house was incredibly creepy to be in. The whole house was surrounded with windows. You could not see anything looking out those windows at night, but I'm sure that if you were standing outside you could quite easily see in. My brother had a flight booked back to California the following day, and we woke up very early in the morning to drive to Portland, where the airport was. I eventually made it back alone and wasn't able to make any phone calls or watch any cable TV because we had no service out there yet and no cable or internet hooked up. My cell phone did not work anywhere on that property. The only thing I had was a box of DVD. That was it. When I made it back, I decided to try out my new fishing pole that we had bought in town. I was out at the lake very long as it started to get dark in Maine very fast in the fall. I went back to the house and sat in the living room in the chair looking out the windows at the scenery. My view was getting darker and darker. I turned on all the lights in the house and quickly became creeped out when it became pitch black outside. Imagine being in the middle of the forest in the middle of nowhere at night and looking around. You could not see your own hand if you held it right in front of your face, and when I say it was pitch black, I mean you can't see anything. We hadn't hung up any curtains or blinds yet, and I had the extremely uneasy feeling that somebody was outside the house watching me go from room to room. I decided to hang up sheets over all the windows using thumbtacks. I sat on the couch in the living room and put in a funny movie to try and shake the unnerving feeling that I had. It did not work. I eventually realized I had to try to get some sleep, and my eyelids were becoming sore. I was getting very tired. I covered myself with blankets on the couch and turned off the TV. After a few minutes, my eyes had adjusted and I could see around the living room very slightly. My eyes were very heavy and I fell asleep. I woke up sometime later and it was still night and still very dark. I reached for my bottle of Coke that I had on the ground in front of me and took a big gulp. I set it back down and looked around the room. Now I'm having difficulty putting these next emotions into words that I could accurately convey. My heart began to throb when I noticed a man standing in the corner of the room. I couldn't see his eyes, but he had to have been looking at me. I did nothing and said nothing, and not by choice but because I couldn't. I was frozen. He didn't move and it was clear that he was trying to not be seen. After a few moments, I did my best to think rationally and logically. I'm not sure that he knew that I had seen him. I had a blanket over me which might have shrouded my face, in which he wouldn't be able to see my eyes. After about a minute of gut-wrenching fear, I somehow decided to do something, and it was the hardest thing that I've ever done. I forced myself to cough. I did it while getting up in an effort to give him the impression that I didn't know that he was there. I slowly made it to my feet and walked across the icy cold wood flooring to the bathroom around the corner of the living room. He didn't move. I made it into the bathroom and nothing happened. I closed the bathroom door and slowly turned the lock to the upright position. Tears went down my face as I backed up into the bathtub behind me. I was staring at the door. I suddenly realized there was a small window up above the bathtub that I could most likely crawl through. I moved the shower curtain as silently as I could and reached up to the window lock. I unlocked it and tried sliding the window open to the left. The window began to squeak when I pulled it open, and I froze, hoping that the man didn't hear it. A couple seconds later, I heard a tapping on the bathroom door. It wasn't a knock but a tap, and it didn't sound like the tap of a finger. It sounded like metal, like he was tapping a knife against the door. At this point, I made the realization that the man either knew what I was doing or simply wanted me to know that he was outside the door. Adrenaline took over completely, and I slid the window open and pushed the screen out onto the ground. I tried not to exert any noise as I jumped up and began squeezing my body through the small window. My head and upper body were out, and I could not see inside the bathroom anymore, only the dense dark woods in front of me. I was pulling my legs through the window when I suddenly felt the man grab my foot. Directly after that, before I could even react, I felt my ankle be sliced open. I let out a noise of shock and surprise as I pulled out of his grasp and fell to the ground. I started heaving and felt as if my heart would explode. I stood up and looked around. I very quickly dashed out into the woods and fell to the ground, looking back at the house and the window to the bathroom. I felt my ankle, which was throbbing from pain, and brought my hand up to reveal it covered in slick blood. The deathly serious situation I was in became real and horrifying. I looked back at the house and suddenly saw the back door fly open. The man ran down the steps and started looking around into the darkness, searching for me. I became a statue on the ground and tried to control my breathing. He had a huge knife in his hand and was wearing all black. He was walking into the woods, but not near where I was laying. He was grunting, and soon after, I lost sight of him. I started frantically looking around, thinking that at any moment he would spot me and stab me to death. I saw nothing but trees and darkness. There was a bit of snow on the ground from a couple days before, and I was freezing and shaking at this point uncontrollably. About 10 minutes later, I saw the man walk out of the trees from where he entered and went back inside the house. I laid out there the rest of the night, and luckily the sun started to rise only about an hour later. After the sun fully illuminated my surroundings, I felt as though the man had probably left, and I felt ready to move. I made it to my feet and walked around the house to the front. I saw that the front door was left wide open. I slowly approached it and looked inside. Nothing. I walked in a few steps and grabbed my car keys that were hanging on a hook by the front door. I ran back to my car and unlocked it, got inside and started the engine. I backed out of the long driveway and drove to the little general store a few miles from my house. And this is where the story ends. I got away, and so did the intruder. My ankle was pretty badly cut, but it healed after a few months with no problems. I suffered minor pneumonia from being outside for the time that I had, but nothing too serious became of it. This incident has made sleep very difficult for me, but writing this has oddly enough made me somewhat drowsy. I think maybe I'll try to go to sleep right now. Thanks for listening. Story 60. I'm a journalist, and I was told this story by a woman that I interviewed for true crime. When this woman was a young girl, say 8 years old, she started to come downstairs at night to tell her father that there was a man in her closet. He tells her that there's no such thing as the boogeyman and sends her back to bed. This happens on and off for like a week. Finally, he gets frustrated and walks her back to the room and says, "Look, I'll show you. There's nothing in your closet," and goes to open the door. It opens an inch and then he feels someone slam it shut. Turns out there really was a man in her closet. This guy was a pervert who would come into the house every night and stare at the girl from the closet while she slept. The dad kicked the hell out of them, and the pervert went to prison for many years. I researched her story 20 years after this happened. The guy had just gotten out of jail and no one knew where he was. Story 61. I grew up in the South in the late 70s and early 80s. My grandmother lived on a cotton farm in South Carolina, and my cousin and I would go visit her during the summer. We would help out around the farm, but during the heat of the day, we would go swimming in the river to cool off. Our favorite spot was fairly isolated, so we never really saw anyone else, but there was an old dirt road that ran from the gravel road back to an abandoned farmhouse in the woods. My cousin and I were in the river when we saw a cloud of dust in the distance. We thought maybe our uncle was coming to take us back to the farm, but we always swam for an hour or so after lunch, and he never drove the tractor to come get us. We had heard stories about some backwoods family who had gone all deliverance on some kids a few summers ago, but we figured it had to be just our uncle trying to freak us out. Regardless, we snuck up to the riverbank so we could see the dirt road, but we would still be hidden in the trees. We saw a ratty Oldsmobile Delta 88 with blacked out windows creeping down the dirt road. The car didn't belong to anyone we knew. I only remember the make and model because I knew it was the Evil Dead car and because of what happened next. After it passed by our hiding spot, we noticed it didn't have a license plate. It drove another 30 yards or so and then stopped. A black garbage bag flew out of the passenger window and into the field. Then the car made a slow and methodical three-point turn, taking great pains not to let the tires venture too far into the cotton field. It made its way back the direction it came until it disappeared out of sight. My cousin and I had remained silent throughout this event, and with the car gone we looked at each other. I really wish we would have just ignored it. I wish we would have headed back to the farm. I wish we would have told our uncle or our grandmother what we had seen and had them come investigate, but we were only 13. Curiosity was killing us. We had to go check out that bag. As we left our hiding place and headed down the road, we looked around nervously, hoping the car wouldn't show up again. As we got close to the drop zone, we could see blood on some of the cotton directly above the bag's resting place. We could see blood all over the bag. We looked at each other one last time and then we ran away. Over the years, I have thought a lot about what was inside that bag. A part of me is glad I don't know, but my curiosity will never go away. It has haunted me ever since. Story 62. This happened to me when I was a little kid, but no one was ever found in my basement. It was my first time staying home alone while my whole family was out at my brother's ball game. I was 13, I think. I am on the phone with a friend of mine, feeling so grown up when someone beeps in on the other line. I tell her that I'll be right back and click over. Then the creepiest voice I have ever heard says, "Hello little girl, I am the man in your basement." Honestly, I laughed it off and just hung up, thinking it was a prank call. I was pretty confident at my age and my neighborhood was pretty safe, so I figured someone was just messing with me, knowing it was my first time home alone. They beeped in again, and so I clicked over and heard, "Don't hang up on me again," and the lights started flickering and there was a banging under my feet. Our basement was actually just an area connected to the garage. I heard what sounded like footsteps coming up the garage steps to get into our kitchen. I kept trying to hang up and call the cops, but every time I tried, he was still on the phone. My friend told her parents what was happening, and they ran to the neighbor's house to call the police for me. I sat petrified with a butcher knife behind my front door because it was the only place in the house downstairs that couldn't be seen from a window. Eventually, I clicked over to hear a police dispatcher on the phone and stayed on the line with her until the police got to my house. There was no sign of forced entry, though we had a broken window pane on our outside garage door that had been messed up for months prior, and my guess is that's how he got in. The police assumed I was just a paranoid girl and they were going to leave me home alone again after they cleared the house. Fortunately, a family friend had been driving by and saw the cops there. They stopped to see if everything was okay. He gave me a ride to the school where my family was. They were skeptical that anything had happened, but we did get a security system not much longer after that, and my parents both got cell phones. This was 1994, I think, so cell phones weren't popular yet. After that happened, I swear there was someone stalking me for years. I would leave my apartment locked and bolted and come back to find appliances on. I lived in 4 different places and would get strange phone calls sometimes. Cars would randomly be parked down the road from a house and speed up and slam on the brakes as I would run inside. I would hear loud bangs outside when I lived out in the country. Nothing has happened since I've been in my current house and married, but I'm still super paranoid all the time. Story 63. One night when I was about 7 years old, I went to sleep at around 9:30 and got into the second level of my bunk bed. I soon fell asleep, and then I woke up in the middle of the night to someone whispering "no, no" repeatedly as if they were in pain. Thinking I had just imagined it, I tried to go back to sleep, and that's when I heard the creaking of the wooden boards on the stairs slowly getting louder, and that whisper "no, no." I knew it wasn't my parents because they were sleeping in the bed next to mine. Then I heard some screaming along with the footsteps coming up the stairs, and again the whisper "no, no." I slowly got out of bed, crept toward the ladder to get to the floor, and I slowly began to crawl towards the bedroom door in the dark, which had a full view of the stairs, and I saw nothing moving in the dark nook of the stairs, but I now heard the whisper "no, no" coming from the room upstairs, which nobody used. I silently crept toward the stairs, but I kept the lights off and I began to creep down them so I could check the front door. Nothing was out of place, so I turned on the living room lights, and that's when I saw it for an instant, the silhouettes of 3 people outside the living room window, and then they were gone. I proceeded to turn on every light in the house and then crawled into bed with my parents as I waited for it to be morning. Story 64. My parents were out one night and my brother and I were home alone. We were probably 12 and 10 years old at the time. There was a knock at the front door and I hear a voice say pizza. Initially thinking it was my father playing a joke, I instinctively went to open the door when it hit me. That wasn't my dad's voice. "We didn't order any pizza," I said out loud. There was no reply and no audible movement. I went to my bathroom window, which allows some vision of the footpath leading from the front of our property to the front door, but you can't see the door itself. So we waited for about 15 minutes, clutching a baseball bat and some ornamental fireplace poker, until finally the guy moved away from the door and walked away. It was just some guy with dark hair and a ponytail, a long dark coat, and no pizza. Story 65. This happened just a couple weeks ago on a Friday. I had 2 friends in my car. We were coming back from a restaurant to celebrate finishing up the school play. I just dropped the first friend off and was now making the 4 or 5 mile drive to my second friend's house. It's a narrow road that cuts through some pretty dense woods. She was in the front seat and we were listening to ballads, just talking about life. Nothing out of the ordinary. I was driving behind a deep red pickup truck that had a motorcycle in the bed. I wasn't tailgating them, even though the driver was going a bit slow for my taste and swerving around just a tad too much. I was about to reach this intersection that's not even a block from my second friend's house when this guy pulls over. Seemingly for no reason, he just pulled over to the side of the road about a car or 2 lengths from the blinking red light. As I pass him to stop up ahead, I see his face. He has a pretty generic face, nothing unusual, but he's staring right at us with anger in his eyes. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up and I just sense something is not right. My friend looks out the window and says, "What is he doing?" I look at my rearview mirror to see the guy getting out of his seat, pulling a ski mask over his face and wielding a huge, I'd say 10-inch knife in his hand. He started sprinting toward my car, almost reaching the passenger side. I screamed and slammed on the gas, driving around for a while. The man only chased my car for a few blocks until he knew he wasn't going to catch us. When I got back at the intersection minutes later to drop my friend off, he was gone. My friend ran inside, locked her doors, and I sped away. But it was terrifying. I told the police and filled out a report last week. I'm never crossing that intersection again. Story 66. When I was a teenager in Colorado Springs, we all used to crawl through this small tunnel that was directly under the interstate to get back and forth from our neighborhood without having to jump fences and run across the highway. One drunken night alone, I was on my way home about 2 or 3 a.m. I came out of the tunnel only to find myself face to face with this huge Rottweiler staring at me. I was in shock for a second. My stomach dropped. Instinctively, I started yelling at the dog to go home. He just stood there glaring at me, and every step I slowly took trying to get away, he would bark and growl, showing his teeth. So I started stomping toward him in a dominant way, yelling at him to go away. He turned and took steps back, but still proceeded in barking and growling. I stupidly, drunkenly started to power walk away. I then heard his feet running towards me as I had my back turned. He was right behind me when I turned around. I fell backwards, and when I looked up, he was gone, as if I had imagined the entire thing. To this day, I don't know if the dog was somebody's pet or what. I didn't hear him running away after I fell, so I will never know just what the hell happened. Story 67. I lived in New Mexico for several years before moving to the Midwest. My friend Amy and I would spend many days exploring the remote corners of New Mexico, discovering abandoned ghost towns and enjoying the quiet, desolate beauty of the desert. One afternoon in March 2010, we were traveling to Albuquerque. Always up for exploring, we took a back road rather than traveling the more direct highway. One leg of our journey had us on an M55. It's a remote, teeny-tiny two-lane highway. We loved those types of roads, up until this day. This part of New Mexico is flat and desolate desert. You can see for miles, and there is virtually nothing except dirt and rock between towns, and towns can be miles apart. So we were on an M55 going north. We saw a white pickup truck ahead of us going the same direction. Suddenly, he stopped his truck sideways in the middle of the highway, blocking both lanes. We were about a mile away from him, and as we got closer, we began to feel uneasy. We could see no reason for him to do this. We were the only other vehicle out there, and we began wondering if we should turn around rather than come up to him and have to stop. We were about a half a mile away from him when he pulled over to the opposite side of the highway, but his truck was still pointed the direction we were going. We tried to relax a little. Surely this guy was a rancher or something. Maybe he was checking something on his land. As we passed him, we noticed a few things. One, there was only one person in the truck. A middle-aged guy who never took his eyes off of us. And two, he was talking into a walkie-talkie. A few seconds after we passed him, he pulled back onto the highway and started following us, but he never got too close. He would get within a car length away, and then drop back a little, and then speed back up again to a car length away. We were getting nervous. We realized how alone we really were. We had seen no other traffic on that road, and we hadn't told anyone about our great idea to take this detour. We checked our cell phones and neither of us had a signal. Typical for remote New Mexico, but scary given our present situation. Amy was driving and speeding up while I frantically checked the map, hoping to find a road that would have more traffic. There was no other road. We had to travel this one to get to the next town, which was Mountain Air. Turning around to go back the other way didn't seem like a good option either. After a few minutes, we saw another pickup truck coming towards us. He was going very, very slowly. Maybe 20 miles per hour, if that. This pickup truck was old and beat up, whereas the one behind us was new. Amy had us up to 75 miles per hour, which wasn't typical for us on these 55-mile-per-hour highways, and we blew by the old pickup. As we passed it, we saw that it was another middle-aged guy, and he was also talking into a walkie-talkie. After the white pickup passed him, he pulled a U-turn and pulled in behind it. As we watched all of this, we could see the guy in the white pickup truck talking into his walkie-talkie. No doubt these two knew each other. We were being deliberately followed, and for the first and only time in my life, I felt like my life was in danger. They stayed right behind us. We watched for obstacles in the road. We truly thought old beat-up pickup guy had set up a trap in the road and our vehicle would be disabled somehow. We talked about driving into the fields. We were in an SUV, but this was very obviously their territory, and we were afraid of what would happen if we went off-road and got cornered. So we stayed on the highway. By now the white pickup truck guy was right on top of us. We could see him talking into the walkie-talkie, and he stayed right on our bumper. The old beat-up truck guy was right on top of him. The three of us sped down the highway. The guy in the white truck inched closer and closer. His maneuvering and edging made it apparent that he was trying to bump us. I watched helplessly as he got to within inches of our back bumper. Amy floored it. We were passing 80 miles per hour and edging up to 90. The road was flat and deserted, but any little thing going wrong would have been catastrophic. We absolutely were not going to slow down or stop if we could help it. The white pickup truck pulled into the opposite lane and started to gain speed. The only thing we could think of was that he wanted to pass us and get in front of us. If he got in front of us and his buddy was behind us, then we would be boxed in and trapped. We looked frantically at the rocky desert on both sides of us. Our only option was to off-road it. Should we risk it? Could we speed through the desert and make it to safety in one piece? As we topped a small incline, we saw a sign that said, Salinas Pueblo Missions National Monument, and it pointed toward a road on the left. And right at that moment, a blue pickup truck pulled out of that road and onto the highway in front of us. As we came up on the blue pickup, we saw the plate said, U.S. Park Service. We looked at each other and then looked behind us. Both pickup trucks did U-turns and went the opposite way. We followed the blue pickup truck to Mountaineer and then made our way to Albuquerque. I don't know exactly what those guys' intentions were, but they weren't good. There is something seriously wrong out there. I notified the state police and they said they would keep an eye on things. This area is very near Belen, New Mexico, which is where Tara Calico was abducted. Whoever abducted Tara has never been caught. Maybe we came into meth lab territory, but since this happened on an actual highway rather than a backcountry road, I tend to discount the meth lab theory. Whatever is going on out there, it's not good. Story 68. When I was younger, my family and I went on a road trip to Wyoming to see Yellowstone National Park. It's a beautiful place, and if you haven't seen it yet, I would recommend it. So from our home in California, it was about a 17-hour drive in our Yukon XL, which is the largest, most comfortable road trip SUV you can imagine. It took us several days worth of on and off driving to get there, and during the nights, we would try to find a little motel to rest at. One of the nights, due to us being behind schedule, my dad attempted to drive through the night to get us there sooner. He made it probably into the wee hours of the night before he deemed it unsafe and parked us in this little unlit rest stop in the middle of the woods in some flyover state. My brothers and I had fallen asleep in the car several hours before he had stopped. So for at least a couple hours we were all sleeping in the car in this dark little parking lot, surrounded by forest. Having got a couple hours of sleep and being in a pretty uncomfortable position, I woke up in the middle of the night, pretty disoriented, but not really scared. I looked around and saw everyone fast asleep in this pitch-black car, and I naturally felt pretty alone. I tried to fall back asleep, but it's just not working out, so I just sit there for a while, boredom setting in. Looking out the window to see where we were, it's pitch black, so I couldn't see anything. Luckily I wasn't the type to pack light and had brought a couple flashlights in my bag. Being careful not to disturb my sleeping family, I reached into the back seat, unzipped my bag, and pulled out a little plastic yellow flashlight. It wasn't the brightest, but it was enough to see the foreground of the general surroundings. I put it up to the glass, making sure not to make any noise, and pushed the little switch into the on position. I pressed my face against the glass and looked out. At first it looked like normal tree line with some bushes, trees and whatever, but as I scanned the darkness looking for animals, buildings, etc., I noticed this dark shape, standing between these two trees in the distance. It looked like the shape of a man, but it wasn't moving. It was just standing there. After watching it for a good while and seeing no real signs of movement, I just assumed it was a bush of some kind or some natural occurrence. Just as I was about to turn the light off and reattempt sleep, I saw this shadow shape turn 90 degrees and move behind a tree, disappearing from sight. This scared the hell out of me, and I immediately turned off the flashlight and threw my sweater-turned blanket over my head, shutting my eyes tightly and covering my ears. I was paralyzed with fear. I sat in this semi-fetal position clutching my flashlight for the rest of the night. I waited until the sun came up, and we were back on the road before I got any sleep. I didn't tell anyone about the man that I saw in the woods. Story 69. I was driving along this road that stretches out over about 100 kilometers. It was about 1 a.m., and I was at the end of the road that is very desolate. Neighbors were kilometers apart from each other. It's a familiar route for me. I drive on it once every few months just to go anywhere. Because of how isolated it is, there's no street lights, so you have to rely on your car headlights. On this particular night, I was feeling a little strange because the route didn't seem familiar, which is impossible because it's just one long road with the occasional turning roads. But I kept driving along towards the place where my turnaround. I came to this certain point in the road where there was one lone house. Their car was parked in the driveway, and I could see that there was someone in the passenger seat. I thought it was weird because it was so late at night. As I got closer to them, they turned the car on and flashed their high beam lights at me. I didn't pay much attention to this, but then I drove past them and looked into my rearview mirror to see what they were up to. They pulled out of their driveway onto the road going the same direction I was. I was a little nervous at this point because it still looked unfamiliar to me. About 5 minutes up the road, I looked into my rearview mirror again and the car that pulled out behind me was gone. I looked to my left and noticed an abandoned convenience store on the side of the road. This was something I remember driving past whenever I would drive up here, and I remember that directly in front of this store, a couple of feet away, there's a phone booth. Both the store and the phone booth were run down and covered in graffiti. Neither had been used in a very long time. As I got closer, I saw that there was a dark figure behind the glass of the phone booth. They were looking right at me. I could see their eyes in my headlights. I got a little closer and they stepped out of the phone booth and started walking toward the road that I was on. I started to speed up, and then this really bright light came on behind me, and this person just took off toward the back of the store. I looked in my rearview mirror once more and saw the car that had flashed me earlier. It was about 100 meters behind me. It followed me for another kilometer or so until we reached a turn-off road where it made a U-turn and went back the other way. To get home, I had to go back the way I came. I drove past the phone booth and there was no one there, and then I reached the house where the car had pulled out, and it was back in its driveway. The driver, still in the front seat. Story 70. One night 3 years ago, I got into a fight with my girlfriend at the time. In my rage, I stormed out of her house, got in my truck, and just drove. I hopped on the interstate. About an hour later, I was in Nashville, but I was still pissed, so I decided to keep driving. I made it my goal to reach Kentucky and turn around. I had never been to Kentucky before, and it seemed like a good idea at the time. I reached Kentucky about 2:30 in the morning, having left my town a little after 12:30. I grabbed a Coke and a biscuit from the first McDonald's and headed back to Alabama. As I'm heading back, I realize I'm running low on gas right as I get to Nashville. So I pull off Interstate 65, go down the off-ramp, and hit a light. I make a left and hit another light. Now here's where things get really weird. As I pull up to this light, I notice something strange. The only car on the road is stopped at the green light to the right. Weird, I thought, but hey, it is after 3 a.m. Maybe the person is just really tired. Once I reach the light, the car rolls forward through the light and under the overpass for the interstate. Then I see their brakes light up and their headlights go out. They stopped under the overpass and my heart starts to race. I was sitting in the turn lane waiting for the light. The gas station was right past the overpass and there they were waiting for me. I was freaking out. I watched my light turn green and then back to red. I was waiting to see if they would move, but they didn't. Finally, when the light switched to green again, I flicked on my high beams and crept through the intersection trying to make out their faces, but I couldn't. Then lo and behold, as soon as I passed them, their headlights turned on and they started moving again. At this point I'm scared, staring at the headlights in my rear instead of the road as I make it a couple hundred feet to the gas station. Thankfully, when I pulled in the gas station, the first thing I notice is the cop car parked out front. So I park at the pump, and as I'm getting out of my car, I watch the car pull into the station. I start pumping gas, and as I'm doing so, I watch a man exit the vehicle and start to walk inside. The whole time, from the second his head pops out of the car to when he makes it inside the store, he is staring at me, smiling crazily, shaking his head left to right. He walks into the store and gets in line right behind the cop. Now maybe I've watched too many movies, but the whole time he was standing there, I thought he was going to kill that cop. Thankfully he did not. Once I had enough gas to get home, I stopped pumping, jumped in my car and double-checked my phone for directions back to the interstate. As I was leaving the gas station though, I noticed the man leave his place in line and run out of the store. That's when I panicked. I hit the gas, ran the red light at the overpass, ran another red light and got back on the interstate, and then went about 85 to 90 miles per hour the whole way home, constantly checking my rear view. Still one of the creepiest things to ever happen to me, and it reiterated to me what the detective told all the incoming freshmen at orientation. Nothing good happens after 2 a.m. Story 71. A few years ago, while I was driving home from my night shift security job, it was about 6:20 a.m. during the summer, so it wasn't completely dark out. I was coming around a small curve in the highway and I saw something. It looked like a naked human being walking on all fours in a very strange way. It was moving slow across the road with its head swaying back and forth as it crawled across the road right in front of me. I was too confused to be scared, so I just continued on home. A day or two later, I was talking to my parents, who live about 2 miles from where I had seen the thing, and told them about it. They told me that some years ago 2 of their friends were walking in that area, and both came running to their house scared to death, and would never tell anyone what happened or what they had seen. Later, while telling scary stories with my friends, I told them of the thing I had seen that night. One of my friends, who was a cop, said about 8 years ago a man was run over at that curve and everyone in the community thought he was a skinwalker. It doesn't scare me. I still drive on that same road all the time, day and night. But I still look for it every time I drive by the curve. Story 72. I work nights at a warehouse. Often drove my motorcycle because it's fun and saves money on gas. I was coming home one night. There was a heavily wooded bushed area right on the side of the road. I pull up to a stop sign and there is just some guy standing in the bushes. I come to a stop, look at him. We make eye contact and he starts walking toward me. I nearly killed my engine as I floored it the hell out of there. I got a mile or so down the road, pulled over, pulled out my handgun and then called the police. I didn't see him again. The police went and checked out the area supposedly, but there was no one there by the time they had arrived. The guy was really scary looking. Story 73. I was driving alone from eastern Colorado to Wyoming in the middle of the night on a dirt road. It was the type of darkness that most people never get to experience. Like being in the middle of the ocean. No cities or even small towns for hundreds of miles in every direction. Once I hit the border of Wyoming, the road became pavement. After about half an hour, I hear this loud bang and my car pulls hard to the middle of the road. I had a flat tire. I pull over and get out and it's as quiet as can be. So dark. Not a single light of any kind for hundreds of miles except for my headlights. I start changing the tire by myself, feeling really uneasy about being alone in the middle of nowhere. So I get the tools and the spare tire out of the trunk and start changing the flat as fast as I can. For some reason I'm trying to be quiet because it feels like every little sound I make is incredibly loud. I even turn my music off. I'm crouched down finishing up, tightening the lug nuts on the spare when I hear from right behind me. Need any help with that? I spin around and stand up fast and no one is there. I look across the street in the other lane and there's no one. I grab the tire iron and start yelling. Who's there? Who is out there? Dead silence. I mean, I could hear my heart beating. I could barely see the other side of the road because of the darkness. But I knew that there was nothing anywhere around me but dirt and sagebrush. I crank them tight, spin the jack down. The whole time I have that feeling someone is right behind me. I throw all the tools in the trunk with the flat and could not jump back in my car fast enough. I felt like someone was going to stop me from closing the door when I slammed it shut. I sped home to Wyoming, freaked out the whole time, checking my back seat over and over again. Story 74. About 15 years ago, my mom and cousin were coming home from visiting my aunt who lived 2 hours away. The drive takes you through the desert and up some mountains. But there is a shortcut you can take to avoid the mountains and shave about 10 minutes off your drive time. The only problem is the shortcut takes you literally through the middle of nowhere. It's a 2-lane road with nothing for 30 miles. No houses, no shops, no lights, not even those roadside emergency phone booths. They're driving along through the shortcut at about 11 p.m. when they spot something on the road. At first my cousin thinks it's a rock, so she slows down to go around it. When she gets closer, she realizes it's a lady with long black hair and what looks like a burlap shawl wrapped around her. She's crouched down facing away from my cousin. My mom says that she thought the lady might have been in trouble, so they pull up next to her and ask if she's okay and if she needs help. My cousin says that lady stood up, looked at them, and then let out a shriek like a banshee. She insists that her eyes were pitch black and her skin was as white as a sheet, and she was really skinny, like anorexic skinny. I debate this because it was dark out and her mind might have been playing tricks on her, but nonetheless it was enough to spook the hell out of her and make her punch the accelerator and get out of there. The lady briefly ran after them, but they lost sight of her after a short while. They didn't stop for anything, even running a stop sign until they got to the next town, where they stopped at a gas station to get something to drink and to collect their thoughts. A few weeks later, my cousin was telling her co-worker what happened, and she said that it might have been a skinwalker and that she's very lucky that she got away. That spooked her even worse, so now she won't go through the shortcut. Even when someone else is driving, she insists on them taking the main highway. Story 75. I remember seeing the house for the first time. I was 7 years old. My parents had just bought their first home. I remember I used to hate living in the cramped, dingy apartment that we previously inhabited, and opened the door to our new home with wide-eyed wonder. It blew my mind how spacious this house was. I went upstairs to scope out my bedroom. I was so excited that I was getting my own room and did not have to share a room with my little brother anymore. On my grand tour of my new house, I finally made it down to our basement. The basement was nothing like the rest of the house. The upstairs was elegant and classy. The basement was cold, metallic, and sterile. The ceiling covered in ancient pipes winding in grotesque angles. The floor covered in rough cement. I recall taking a look at the stairs for the first time and being immediately struck with how odd they were. The stairs were surrounded in drywall which clashed with the rest of the basement. One particular section of the wall was colored differently than the rest. It stood out like a sore thumb. I inched closer and felt the texture of it. It felt very strange. I then knocked on it. A hollow sound pervaded the empty air of the basement. Something about that sound immediately bothered me. I walked up the stairs as I could hear the same hollow sound echo in the emptiness of the basement. As we settled into our new home, I began to get comfortable with my surroundings. The house began to feel familiar. Everywhere, that is, except for the basement. It just always put me off, and I avoided going down there as best as I could. Our family couldn't be happier. My loving father and mother doted over me and my little brother. My life was perfect. Then, it began. I would hear strange noises. When I pointed it out to my parents, they told me that the house was just settling in. One night in particular indicated that something wasn't right. I snuck downstairs to the kitchen for a late-night snack. As I closed the refrigerator, I heard a tapping sound cut through the silence of the night. I craned my head to see if I could pinpoint where the sound was coming from. Dread began to wash over me as I realized the tapping was coming from the basement. I inched my way over to the basement door. I opened it to see the blackness of the depths below. My ears perked up. There it was again, that hollow tapping sound. The same sound I had heard on my initial visit to the basement from hitting the drywall. I turned on the lights so that I could go downstairs and investigate. The tapping continued as I took the first step. Fear overtook me. I ran back to my room and hid under my covers until the morning light gave way to a new day. I remember walking down the stairs. Being the first one up and about, I ran to the living room to play Nintendo. On my way, I passed the door to the basement. It was shut. Though I was in a state of near panic when I ran from it the previous night, I distinctly remember leaving the door open and not turning off the lights. I rationalized that my mother or father must have gone down there for some reason. Later, I mentioned the incident to my parents, and they just assured me that what I heard was the sound of the hot water heater clicking in the night. I knew better, but welcomed a logical explanation. About a month after the move, my mother asked me to run downstairs and grab a load of socks, as our washer and dryer were in the basement. I reluctantly told her that I would. It was the middle of the day, and enough time had passed to dull the fear I had felt a week prior. I turned on the lights and ran downstairs, hearing the hollow sound echo with my footsteps. A cold sweat started to form on me. I made my way to the dryer and grabbed a basket. I pulled the socks out hastily and shoved them into the basket. After I shut the door to the dryer, I surveyed my surroundings. The stillness of the basement was so eerie. Then I heard it. A faintly audible whisper. At first, I thought it was somebody calling from upstairs, and their voice scarcely making it down into the basement. However, this was not the case. That sound was coming from the basement, specifically from under the stairs. As I stood frozen with fear, it began to increase in volume, but still remained barely above the threshold of human perception. What was being said incomprehensible to my young ears. Then it stopped, as quickly as it began. I moved towards the stairs, keeping my eye on the oddly colored portion of the drywall. As I took my first step to escape this ever-growing nightmare, the most profoundly terrifying moment of my life occurred. A loud, hollow bang shook the stairs, almost knocking me to the ground. I ran up the stairs as fast as my legs would carry me. Through tears and shaking uncontrollably, I told my parents what happened. They tried their best to calm me down, but nothing they said could ease my mind. I told them in no uncertain terms that I would never go down to the basement again. They must have been convinced of how terrified I was, because they honored my request and never sent me down there again. After another 3 months in the house, things returned to normalcy for me, and honestly, there was about a 2-week period where I was happy again. The last time happiness would exist in my life, or my family's for that matter. One moment in particular comes to mind. I remember lifting up little Jonathan above my head lovingly, as his pacifier fell out of his mouth and brushed against my nose, tickling me. I pulled him in for a big bear hug, and remember how he smelled, that wonderful smell that babies emit, and, for the last time, feeling content. Any semblance of contentment came crashing down for me and my parents, the night of July 2, 1991. That is the day that Jonathan went missing. A ransom note was scrawled in barely legible English, and left in his bed, demanding $20,000 cash. It informed my parents that if they contacted the police, they would kill Jonathan. My mother and father took to their room and argued loudly and emotionally over whether or not to call the police as I listened with tears streaming down my eyes. My mother eventually wore down my father, and the police were called. Seeing as the location of the drop in time were indicated on the note, the police set up a wiretap just in case the kidnapper decided to call. I asked my parents and the police if they had thoroughly searched through the house, in case he was still here. They assured me that they had, and that Jonathan would be fine after the drop, but the seed of an idea was already growing in my mind that would blossom throughout the rest of my life. My parents followed the instructions to a T. They dropped off the money, and then waited in the location that they were supposed to pick up Jonathan. He never came. Needless to say, this tore my family apart. As the weeks passed, there was no news about Jonathan. My young, vibrant parents became husks of their former selves, my mother especially. She blamed herself for getting the police involved, and believed that to be the reason Jonathan was not returned. One night, as she was sobbing alone in shambles, clutching a bottle of wine, I finally decided to divulge to her my theory that had been brewing inside my skull. I told her that I thought it was whoever, or whatever for that matter, was under the stairs that had got Jonathan, and maybe he is still alive. She slapped me across the face so hard that I saw stars. She screamed at me, the guilt expressing itself as rage. She told me to stop the childish bullshit, and just accept that Jonathan was taken out of the house by a demented person, and is dead. My childhood died that day. I remember contemplating taking a hammer and exposing whatever was under the stairs myself, but the fear was just too overwhelming for me to actually do it, let alone step one stair down into that basement. My family moved shortly after this incident. I remember looking to the future with what might resemble optimism, only to have it come crashing down. My parents divorced. The grief was too much to share, and not a year after that, my mother killed herself. The guilt must have just overwhelmed her. My father did his best to raise me, but Jonathan's long shadow always hung over our lives. 20 years later, I began to think long and hard about my little brother's disappearance, and how angry it made me. My family had a chance at a normal and fulfilling life, and it was snuffed out in an instant by whoever took him. I wasn't just robbed of a little brother, I was robbed of any chance of happiness. As I grew up, I accepted the official story of what happened. But lately, curiosity began to get the better of me. I began driving past the old house, seeing that it was currently vacant. Ideas began to swirl in my head. So, I broke into the house, bolstered by alcohol. I decided to do it, knowing I would likely find nothing under the basement stairs, but hoping that this would close a too long chapter in my life, and allow me to finally move on. To my dismay, the stairs sounded exactly the same as I remember they did, a hollow sound pervading the emptiness of the basement. I stare at the spot in the dry wall, still discolored, still just as ominous as when I was a child. However, fear was not going to stop me. In fact, I was feeling the opposite. I was feeling a courage I hadn't felt in a long time. The moment of truth was upon me. With all the force within me emboldened by years of pent-up rage, I ran toward the wall shoulder first. The dry wall came crashing down around me. I opened my eyes as my bravery was immediately eroded and turned into absolute horror. Bones. Bones everywhere. My horror increased to unimaginable heights as I surveyed the tight space, seeing the skeletons everywhere, the light playing menacingly on their tiny frames. Tattered pieces of paper were everywhere, with a God only knows what written on them. There must have been the remains of 20 to 30 children when I realized that with no exceptions, they were all missing their skulls. One particularly tiny one begged for my attention. I became weak in the knees and fell backwards when I saw what were unmistakably bite marks up and down the tiny forearm. As I hit the ground, I expected to hear a dull thud as I landed on the concrete. Instead, I heard a hollow sound. I looked to see what I had landed on. A trapdoor. Finding new courage, summoning strength I didn't know I had, I opened it. Below me lay a dark tunnel, a crawl space that could barely fit a person lying on their stomach. The dank smell wafting upward made me reluctant, but I knew what I had to do. Before I was conscious of what my muscles were doing, I found myself crawling through the darkness toward whatever lay on the other side. As I reached the end of the tunnel, I looked up to see a sliver of light cutting through the darkness. I pushed upwards. Cautiously, I poked my head up. To my surprise, the tunnel had led to the other side of the stairs. I crawled out to find myself in the corner of the basement, facing the stairs behind a dryer covered in years of dust. The implications of all of this sent my mind reeling. But before I could form a coherent thought, the lights turned off in the basement. My heart caught in my throat as I began to hear someone descending the stairs, slow but sure steps announcing I was no longer alone. With every thud, my heart skipped a beat. I began to hear that incomprehensible whispering in my mind, the familiar sound reigniting the fear and woe of my lost childhood. Worrying the darkness would not adequately hide me, I sought cover by ducking behind the dryer, not willing to take the risk of catching a glimpse, though every fiber of my being screamed at me to do so. Panic began to set in. What am I going to do when this person discovers their lair has been revealed? While I was mulling over my options, the screaming began. I say scream as a frame of reference, but there is no way to truly describe the guttural noises that I heard. The sounds smashing the silence of the basement were so bone-chilling, so surreal as to defy description. He clearly had discovered his perverse sanctuary had been disturbed. Before I knew it, I was up the stairs running for my life. I made it to my car too scared to turn around. With all muscles working in unison, I opened the door and put the key in the ignition in one swift movement. As my car sprang to life under the streetlight, a shadow fell over my car. I gunned it, never looking back, flooring the accelerator to the local police precinct. I breathlessly tried to explain to the attending officer what had occurred and collapsed to the floor mid-sentence. Now, it is a month later. The next day after my discovery, the police launched an investigation and quickly made the same gruesome discovery. I was thanked profusely by the police and the community for what I had found, telling me that they were going to be able to close the books on multiple missing person cases. However, they were not able to find the perpetrator of these heinous crimes. They began to test the DNA of the bodies. A profound sense of relief overcame me when I received the call informing me that one of the tiny skeletons belonged to Jonathan. I shared the news with my father. The look on his face, relief all-encompassing as the burden he had carried for so many years was lifted. We hugged as tears filled both of our eyes. However, the relief has been short-lived. The thing that keeps me up at night is that whoever or whatever did this is still out there. The question that plagues my mind is whether or not this monster is literal or figurative. Either way, I hope I never find out. Story 76. 7 years ago, I was on my way home after getting off work late one night. I was sitting at a red light at an intersection, trying to keep my eyes open. I was extremely tired, but was right around the corner from my house. My eyes scanned around the empty intersection I was sitting at, and there was nobody around. Just as I pressed the gas pedal, I glanced in all of my mirrors and about fainted when I thought I saw a face in my rearview mirror. My sleepy eyes jolted wide, and I hit the brake in the middle of the intersection. I stared into the rearview mirror, but didn't see anything. I turned around as much as I could and scanned the back seat. Nothing. I made it home a couple minutes later and quickly went inside. I first walked to my bedroom, put my cell phone on my bed, and put my work boots in my closet, and then walked back out to my living room. I peeked through the blinds and saw a man sitting in my back seat. I've never felt any fear like this before. It felt like all of my blood left my body, and ice water began flowing through my veins. I ran back to my room and grabbed my phone. As I was dialing 911, I ran back to the living room window. The back door of my car was open, and the man was gone. I slept at my brother's house that night. Story 77. My childhood home was in a small town in Indiana. It was a beautiful blue Dutch colonial home in a neighborhood lined with huge old pine trees. Our house had been built in the 1800s, and I always had a sense that there was something wrong about it. The neighborhood was filled with kids my age, and all of the families got together for summer block parties. Pretty idyllic. The only bad thing about our neighborhood was that at the end of the cul-de-sac was the town's hospital. Our hospital kind of looked like a brick version of Hogwarts. It wasn't too bad, except that the parking lot and entrance for the emergency room essentially backed up to several of our backyards. Every once in a while, we would be woken up by an ambulance. On special occasions, a helicopter would land behind our house to fly a patient to Indianapolis or Cincinnati, and the adults would bring the little kids out in our pajamas to watch it land and take off. Kind of morbid, I realize. Other than the noise and bustle of the emergency room, we rarely noticed the hospital. Sometimes we would tell ghost stories about the people who died in the hospital and how they wandered our neighborhood in the afterlife. One night in early January, several inches of snow had fallen in a few hours. As a second grader, I was looking forward to the prospect of a snow day and stayed up later than normal. I finally fell asleep, and all was quiet. The snow even muffled the ambulances that came in and out that night. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. You know when you hear something in your sleep, and it wakes you up. It was one of those instances. I sat up but heard nothing at first. Any light from under my parents' bedroom, so I knew they were asleep. I lay back down to try to fall back asleep, when the noise that had woken me up came again. It's a noise that still haunts me. It was a low moan, like somebody quietly sobbing. I was perfectly still, trying to make sure I was hearing a human. Indeed I was. The low moan turned into a sad moan over and over. I could tell it was coming from downstairs, so I snuck out of bed. My bedroom was at the top of our staircase, and looking down it, I could see right out the back door and onto our back deck. I could see several inches of snow blown up against the glass sliding door. The moaning continued, and I was convinced it was downstairs. I crept to the top of the carpeted stairs and hunched down to listen. As soon as I hunched down, I saw her. There was a woman standing at our back door. Her hair was frozen from the snow, and she was wearing a hospital gown. Her tears were frozen on her cheeks. She was barefoot. She looked right through the door and up at me, and I froze. Her moaning got louder, and I felt like it would shatter the glass sliding door. She began to pull at her gown and a bandage on her arm. When she finally looked away from me, I felt like I could move again, and I bolted. I ran to my dad and woke him up, crying that a woman was standing at our back door in the snow. He ran to the stairs, saw the woman, and immediately called 911. It turns out a patient in the dementia wing had gotten out, barefoot and lost, and she had found her way to our house. The orderlies quickly came and got her. I don't know if she lived much longer after that. She had to have had hypothermia. After that, we tried to avoid the hospital. Even though my family moved from that home several years later, on a particularly cold and snowy night, I sometimes still have dreams of that woman. She was terrifying. Story 78. A few years back, I remember coming home late from work one evening. I was really tired, and just went straight to the couch and watched some TV. It was very late, and my eyelids got increasingly heavy. I turned off the TV and distinctly remember all the sleep mode lights on various electronics that are hooked up to the TV. I also distinctly remember the way the street light was shining through the blinds. I closed my eyes for what seemed like a few seconds, and when I opened them, everything was exactly the same. I tried to move to get into a more comfortable position, but noticed that I could not move, and I instantly freaked out. My heart was pounding as I tried moving every part of my body, but couldn't. I tried to scream and yell for help, but nothing would come out. I was terrified and felt helpless. It was a very strange and scary feeling. My mind was racing as I was trying to figure out why I was paralyzed, and if this was something permanent, or if I needed serious medical attention. As I was freaking out, I also heard feet pattering in the hallway behind me. I was thinking maybe it was my younger sister. The pattern of the footsteps were consistent with that of a smaller child. I was beginning to feel relief that someone, which I thought was probably my little sister, would come and help me. Then, at that very moment, I realized that my younger sister would have no business being up that late at night, and she would have been way too terrified to be walking around in the basement not knowing if anyone was down there without any lights on. I realized that the footsteps were not my sister, and became even more terrified and confused by it all. As I remember, the fear was so overwhelming that I actually think it shocked my body for a moment, and it felt like it helped me regain movement in my toes and part of my back. The footsteps were quickly pattering down the hall, literally right behind my head, and back down the hall again. As I was panicking, I was able to use the partial movement of my back to scoot to the end of the couch, and I fell onto the floor laying on my stomach, with my face placed in the direction of the footsteps. I was still unable to move, and I began to hear the footsteps coming down the hall again. I was in a state of disbelief and complete terror as I heard each footstep getting closer and closer down the hallway. Finally, as the footsteps reached the end of the hallway around the corner of the wall, I saw what I can only describe as a little bizarre-shaped creature, maybe 2.5 to 3 feet tall. It was under a white sheet, so I couldn't see what it really looked like, and it was casually walking down the hallway. It had a very strange, unsteady gait. The creature then stopped and turned directly towards me, and stared at me for a few seconds. It reminded me of a smaller version of E.T. when it goes trick-or-treating in the ghost costume for Halloween. It just looked awkward and not human with a weird flat head, but not knowing what was under the sheet was what made it more scary in its own right. The creature suddenly jerked its arms up and began waddling with intensity towards my face. I was trying to scream and desperately trying to escape, but I could only lay there motionless and helpless. I really thought I was going to die, or at the very least sustain serious and permanent damage. It was simply pure horror and shock. Right as the creature was seemingly about to attack my face, I woke up, and I was in the exact same spot I was in before. The sleep mode lights and street light beaming into the basement all looked the same. I was so confused and very disturbed. After researching, I found that I was experiencing an episode of sleep paralysis. The dreams are easily mistaken for reality. It's almost like a hallucination, and it was so much different than any dreams I've ever had. I will never forget that night, and I hope to never experience it again. Story 79. It was near Halloween time when my friends and I were telling ghost stories. My friend said she was going to tell a story about her parents' first date. She said she didn't like telling the story since it was actually true, but we pressured her to do so. To cut to the chase, the parents had spent a nice first date, and around the time that they would have said goodnight, The male in the situation, my friend's dad, suggested that they go for a midnight hike up Provo Canyon. He apparently knew the place since he had done a fair amount of rock climbing in the area. So the two drove up to the mouth of the canyon, got out of their cars, and started hiking under just the light of the stars, since it was a new moon. At some point, the male starts getting a bad feeling, since the pathway ahead, which would pass under some trees, would be dark, and because it was getting to be quite late. He ignores the feeling and presses on. In later tellings of the story, the female would say that she had felt the same feeling at what was probably the same time, though she didn't know the trail like he did. A minute later, the feeling came back to the male. He ignored it again, and started walking a bit of the way into the trees, when his foot hit something soft in the middle of the path. Under the trees, it was too dark to see just what this soft thing was, and the feeling came back stronger than ever. Instead of finding out what his foot had bumped into, he and the female both agreed to hightail it out of there. Years later, after being married for some time, they were watching an interview with the serial killer, Ted Bundy, in response to a question, asking him to describe the time that he felt the closest to being caught. He explained about the night that he lured a girl into Provo Canyon, and had just killed her, when he heard some people coming up the trail. He explained how he hid in the trees just in time, only to watch some guy walk right into the body, and then for some reason, just turned around and walked away. Story 80. I used to date a girl in college who lived 3 hours away. We would trade weekends, one at her school, one at my school. One day, she got upset because she had driven all the way to see me, and I was in an all-night study session, which she had known about, and couldn't be home to see her. She texted me that she was going to go back to her place, and that I never heard anything from her, ever again. After 3 days of texting her, trying to make sure she was okay, the texts started coming back as number not found. I sent her the stuff she'd left at my apartment in the mail, and it returned as no forwarding address. Her instant messenger account, which I never used, but knew the name of it, was disconnected. And it gets weirder. I called her apartment landline, and was told the people who had lived there had moved out. She had 3 roommates. They didn't leave a number as to where they went. I got really freaked out and asked friends who worked in school admin to pull some strings for me, just to make sure she was alive. The school she was at didn't have any records of her as a student. The license plate to her car wasn't registered to anyone. None of our mutual friends ever saw her again. I called the police, but there were no car accidents involving anyone who fit her description in the stretch of road between our 2 schools that night, or in the 2 weeks after. I didn't ask for a longer time frame, because at that point she was already missing. The cops wouldn't file a missing persons report, because I was a family member. To this day, I have no idea what happened to her, why she freaked out on me so bad, or if she's still alive in a witness protection program. She literally disappeared, without a trace. Story 81. I was going to make a throwaway, but what the hell? I'll take the risk of looking like a totally insane person. No one is going to believe me anyway. This happened when I was 17. I'm 32 now. I graduated high school and got my first apartment, in a nice town. I lived by myself, other than my cat, Snowball. Don't laugh, I named her when I was 8 years old. A few details before we get started. I've never been a fan of cat boxes. Worst part of being a cat owner is shoveling tiny shit with a tiny shovel every day. So I got one of those motion-activated self-scooping deals, left it on the back patio, ran the cord inside to power it, and left the back sliding door open big enough for her to get in and out. It was about 5 to 6 inches. The patio was one of those latex 8 cement floor types, surrounded by a 5-foot-tall wooden fence. If you looked out from my bedroom door, you'd be facing right at the sliding door with hanging blinds, living room in between, and the kitchen that was off to the right. So I'm playing video games at the computer in my room, with my back facing the door. It's about 1 a.m. I hear Snowball start to make one of those awful cat growling noises in the back of her throat. I'm pretty locked into the game, so I tell her to knock it off, not looking at her. She keeps doing it. I tell her to shut up. I'm irritated because I'm doing well in the round. She gets loud. This is enough to break me from my gaming zone out, and I realize that this is not normal. I get up from my computer to see her standing in the doorway facing out, her back to me. She is in full-on Halloween cat mode, hair sticking straight out. Her back is completely arched. She looks tense. I've never seen her that way. She is still just going crazy. I look out into the living room where she is facing. Nothing is amiss. There is nothing there. I look down at her to say something to the effect of, "What's the matter?" She makes this insane sound, like a combination of a hiss, a growl, and a spit, and she starts to take a few steps backwards. That is when a tiny creature runs out of the kitchen on 2 legs, wearing a tattered piece of cloth or a bag. It looked like a little cloak. It's maybe a foot or a foot and a half tall. It was a real-life jump scare. The cat jumps backwards about 3 feet in the air. I jump. I glance down at her as she does this but quickly look back up. I hear her land with a crash behind me and then run. I am fixated on this thing. It is moving, but it's like time has slowed down. I am watching these things happen, but everything is so fast. It runs out the back door through the blinds with a crash at speeds that don't even seem natural. The blinds are swinging. My heart is pounding. I stand there dumbfounded. What the hell did I just see? I am staring at the back patio door at the swinging blinds. I am not moving. My eyes start to notice that something is wrong. All the blinds are softly swinging except the 2 closest to the opening. I see they are making an inverted V. I look at them and follow them down to the very bottom and between them. I see it. Its head is poking through the blinds, staring at me. It has yellow eyes and a face that I can only describe as bestial, gray, greenish with blackish skin. At this point a singular loud thought fills my mind. You aren't supposed to see this, and at the conclusion of that thought every one of the hanging blinds shoots upward and outward. I jump again and my heart tries to blast out of my chest. Some of them hitting the ceiling. A few fall off. It's a loud racket. The rest are swinging all over the place. I look at the place where its face was and it's gone. I beeline for the kitchen. Refrigerator door is open. I open a drawer and grab the biggest knife that I see. I am shaking. Adrenaline like I have never experienced before. I rush to the sliding door and slam it shut. It won't close. I open it a bit and slam it back shut. Still won't close. What the hell? I am completely stupid. The cat box cord. I crouch down brandishing this knife like a complete idiot, looking out the glass door waiting for this thing to launch at my face. I'm shaking. I reach across myself with my left hand to the power plug on the wall to the right as I stare out waiting to stab anything that approaches. I fumble to get it unplugged. My hands won't do anything right. I finally get the cord unplugged and I open the door real quick to throw the cord outside. I throw it like a spaz and it hits the wall in the side of the door and falls down. Still inside. Damn it. I pick it up and try again. This time it lands outside. I hear a scratching sound and my eyes dart up. I see two tiny awful hands holding onto the fence, clawed humanoid hands. This thing climbed down feet first, hanging from the fence. It would have been slightly comical if it wasn't so terrifying. The hands let go, and I hear it land in the bushes outside the fence, and I hear fast footsteps as it runs off. I slam the door shut and lock it. This is completely true. I've heard it all. It was a raccoon. It was a cat. It was not either of those things. After the event, I started researching like a madman. The closest thing I found was in a book I found at the library called Fairies, which is like an art book featuring all the different types of Irish folk creatures. I don't live in Ireland. I live in the US on the West Coast. You don't believe this story, and I don't blame you. It sounds ridiculous. You probably shouldn't believe it. I hate bullshit paranormal stories. Believe it or not, I am a skeptic. I believe all people that have experienced something strange or believe in the paranormal should be a skeptic. I enjoy debunking paranormal videos and pictures. I want the truth. Was I hallucinating? It's entirely possible I had an extreme and sudden hallucination. It's not unheard of. This event had a huge impact on my life and completely affected the way I view the world, the paranormal, religion, everything. Story 82. I was driving a shortcut from 29 Palms, California to Albuquerque, New Mexico. 29 Palms is located in the desolate high desert east of LA. The shortcut was all two-lane road through total nothingness except for passing through Amboy, California. Amboy is a nearly abandoned town nearly as far below sea level as Death Valley, with a dormant volcano and lava field on one side and a salt flat on the other. It was also, at the time, a hotspot for satanic group activity. So I was driving by myself in the afternoon. I stopped in Amboy and snapped a picture of this city sign just to prove that I was there to friends who dared me to take that route to I-40. I got back in my car and proceeded to drive up into the mountain range between Amboy and I-40. Once I reached the top, I am driving north through a canyon with high grass on both sides of the road. Up ahead I see some stuff in the middle of the road. As I approach, I slow down to see a red Pontiac Fiero stopped sideways across both lanes, a suitcase open with clothes scattered everywhere, and two bodies lying face down in the road, a man and a woman. I stop 100 feet or so away, and the hair on the back of my neck is standing up. I reach under the seat and pull out a 9mm pistol and chamber a round. Something seemed very wrong. It looked too perfect, as if it were staged. An ambush. Was I being paranoid? Something was just wrong. Getting out of the car seemed unthinkable. It was the horror movie mood. As I scanned the road, I saw a line I could drive past the guy in the road on his left, swerve to the right side of the woman behind the Fiero, and I'd be on the other side. I dropped it into first gear, punched it, and drove the line that I planned. I passed the back of the Fiero without hitting it or either of the bodies in the road. I continued forward a couple hundred feet and slowed down so I could breathe and let my heart slow down. As I looked up into the rearview mirror, I saw that the two bodies had gotten up to their knees and 20 or so people emerged from the tall grass on either side of the road by the car and the bodies. At that moment, My right foot smashed the gas pedal to the floor and did not let up until I had to slow down for the I-40 East on ramp. I will never know what would have happened to me had I gotten out of the car to check on the bodies or stopped my car closer to them. Somehow I do not think it would have been good. Sometimes real life can be scarier than a movie. Story 83. From an early age, I loved hearing scary stories. When I was first learning to read, I worked very hard in school. My teachers thought I was trying to be a good student. The truth is, I wanted to be able to read even more scary stories on my own. My mom recognized this obsession and would often share her own creepy tales. If a storm took the power out, she would light a few candles and tell me about the frightening, weird, and sometimes baffling experiences she had growing up. Many of the stories were about her old home, which she suspected was haunted. As much as I loved these tales, sometimes the ones that were completely free of paranormal elements scared me the most. My mom had grown up in a dangerous neighborhood. Many of her stories were simply about the truly frightening people she encountered during her childhood. A story about a ghost is scary to a child. A story about a living person who wants to harm you for absolutely no reason was even more unnerving. It communicated a truth about the world that I could never completely forget once I had learned it. The world can be a dangerous place. The people in it aren't always good. A normal evening can become a descent into fear at any moment, and sometimes the only thing standing between you and true horror is a locked kitchen door. This story in particular has always managed to rob me of my sleep. Home with her sisters one night. There were 6 of them in total, along with a brother who was out of the house at the time. My grandmother wouldn't be home from work for several hours. My grandfather had already passed away at this point. Although some of the older sisters were teenagers, they were all young enough to feel vulnerable and alone that evening. There had been a fire in the house a few weeks earlier. It damaged a large portion of one of the walls, making it very easy for an intruder to get in. Because they lived in a bad neighborhood, my mom and my aunts spent the evening together in the kitchen, with the door to the adjoining hallway locked. They didn't have much that anyone might want to steal, but they also knew that people break into homes for other, far worse reasons. Besides the door to the hallway, there was no way to get out of the kitchen. The room was essentially landlocked. In other words, they were trapped. Unfortunately, because of the fire damage, the kitchen was the safest room in the home at that time. It wasn't an ideal spot, but it was the best place to gather until someone older got home. My mom and her sisters were chatting, waiting for my grandmother to get back from work. When they noticed something strange, the handle on the hallway door was turning as if someone was trying to get into the kitchen. They asked if someone was there, but got no response. Still, the person kept twisting at the doorknob. This went on for several minutes. In a vain attempt to scare the intruder away, my mom and her sisters pretended that they were having a big party. They made a lot of noise, hoping they might trick the person in the hallway into thinking that there was a much bigger, older group of people in the kitchen. At first, it seemed like the trick might have worked. The handle did eventually stop moving. For a brief moment, everyone thought the danger was gone. Sadly, this was not the case. The sound of someone trying to open the door may have stopped, but it was soon replaced with another sound. At first, no one could figure out what it was. They only knew it was coming from the hallway. It took a few moments for them to realize that whoever was behind the door was now switching the hallway light on and off. Somehow, that was scarier than someone trying to get in. There was no reason for this person to switch the light on and off like that, but they kept doing it. Clearly, they were now just taunting my mom and her sisters. The fact that they never said a word just made it that much more terrifying. My aunt called the police, but the police were notoriously slow in that neighborhood. There was simply too much crime for them to respond quickly. After calling the police, she called a neighbor and asked them to come to the house. Understandably, the neighbor was just as frightened by the thought of this intruder as they were. He went over to the front door and shouted for them to come out. It was a small house, but he would not go in. He thought he might be able to scare the intruder off by making it clear that an adult was waiting for everyone outside. He was wrong. All throughout this experience, the noise never stopped. My mom and aunts finally had enough. They needed to get out of that room somehow. Every sister grabbed a knife, and they all lined up at the hallway door from oldest to youngest. That was one of the few times my mom was happy to be the youngest of 7 children. After a moment, they opened the door to the hallway and charged into it. They hoped they might scare the intruder away, but their main goal was simply to get out of the house. When they entered the hallway, the light was off. The sun had fallen by that point, so the entire hallway was dark. That's probably for the best. No one truly wanted to see the person who had been taunting them all evening. More importantly, they didn't want the person to get a good look at them. However, my Aunt Nora, the oldest of the sisters, did see something. The outline of a dark figure running down the hall and up the stairs. She didn't take any time to stop and confront this figure. Instead, she and all the others ran out of the house. They spent the rest of that evening out front waiting for the police and my grandmother. Eventually, the police did arrive. They searched the home, but whoever broke in was gone. Everyone agreed that the person must have entered and exited the house through the fire-damaged section. They never caught the intruder. It could have been a random lunatic. It could have been someone they saw every day. This person might have just been passing through the area, or they might have been stalking my mom and her sisters, watching them for weeks. Not knowing who had broken in that night was frightening. And yet, not knowing why this person decided to spend an evening tormenting 6 young girls with something as simple as a noise was even worse. Story 84. The tips of my fingers tapped the top of my steering wheel. I reached down to the radio and clicked the seek button repeatedly, flipping through each different station. 5:35 p.m. That is the time my clock read as I sat in traffic along Highway 70. It was a hot summer day in mid-July. I had just gotten off work, and I was ready to be home. I was used to the occasional traffic jam during rush hour, but things were moving extra slow today. I had my windows rolled down listening to Take It Easy by the Eagles. One arm rested on the outside of my window, while the other held the top of my steering wheel. I sang along as the song blared through my speakers. The traffic was dragging on. I was probably only going about 5 miles an hour. The semi in front of me put his left blinker on to change lanes, and that's when I noticed the flashing blue and red lights ahead. Great. An accident. The tune of the Eagles hummed in my ears as I tried to stay entertained. I was coming up to the first patrol car. The cop was standing outside of his car, holding orange cones in each hand. He was motioning big circles with his left arm, as his right arm held the orange cone straight ahead, I guess to keep the flow of traffic moving. I kept listening to the radio and rolled forward. The back left corner of the ambulance slightly protruded into the right lane of the highway. The EMT didn't seem to be in too big of a rush, considering the magnitude of the accident. I rolled past the ambulance just as they pulled the stretcher out of the back. My eyes darted back to the road. I hoped that whoever was in this accident was okay. The cars in front of me were swerving into the left lanes ahead. I blinked a couple of times as I looked at the scraps of metal left from the totaled car. The car had been swept horizontally, blocking a portion of the right lane. I tried to make sense of what type of car it was, hoping that it was nobody that I knew, but the car was too far gone to put together a make or model. My car went past the metal debris scattered across the side of the road. I saw two paramedics holding up a black tarp to shield the view from oncoming drivers. As I passed the black tarp, I noticed this putrid smell that was radiating from it. The smell brought me back to junior year biology class, the day that we had to dissect pigs. The smell of the formaldehyde on the dead pig made me gag, and I couldn't make it through class that day. I then began to dry heave from the stench. I pulled over to the side of the road, thinking I was ready to throw up. Oncoming cars started honking at me as I cut them off to pull onto the shoulder of the highway. I took a few deep breaths and another steaming whiff of formaldehyde crossed paths with my nostrils. I threw up out the window on the pavement. I used the sleeve of my shirt to wipe my mouth off and then got behind the wheel of my car to get the hell out of there. The humidity of the day was helping me feel much better, and the sun was boiling down and reflecting off the metal cars around me. The exhaust from each ignition made it seem 10 times hotter than it was that day. My sweaty palms gripped the top of my steering wheel. When I looked out my left mirror, I saw an old lady waving the universal signal saying that she would let me in. I turned the knob on my radio up to distract myself. I looked up and out my rear-view mirror, and that is when I saw it. A lifeless, bloody hand lay just inches out from the black tarp. The paramedic must have seen the horrified look on my face because I saw him use his shoe to kick the hand back behind the tarp. I swiveled the wheels of my car into the left lane and proceeded on my way in the slow-moving traffic. Something felt off about this whole situation. I have cruised past a car crash before, but I have never seen paramedics be so oblivious to letting a dead body show. Plus the smell seemed unnatural for someone who had just died. Feeling unsteady, I looked again in my rear-view mirror. Except this time, I didn't see a bloody hand. No, I saw something way more sinister looking back at me. The dead body was sticking out from the tarp, just enough for me to see the head and upper torso. My eyes darted back and forth between the paramedics, but they didn't seem to notice the change in the body's positioning. Just then, the head of the body twisted up and smiled at me from upside down. I don't drive on Highway 70 anymore. Story 85. I remember the apartment being eerily cold when we walked in. It was probably in the low 60s outside, but it somehow felt even colder in our one-bedroom domicile than it did in the draft courtyard. I mentioned it to Ben. He didn't even respond. He already had the game on and was complaining about the luck of the football team from some city across the country he would never even go to. I'm gonna warm up in the shower. I put the statement out there 60% as a notification and 40% as an offer. Ben responded with a sound that I'm not even sure qualifies as a grunt. I let the shower warm up and then slipped in. I felt the grime of the workday, the after-work drinks that we had to have with Ben's boss, and the chill of the night wash off me as soon as the stream of water hit my body. The first couple of minutes of the shower were utter bliss. One of those moments when you feel like nothing else in life could ever be better. I never wanted to get out. Then, I heard the sound of Ben peeing on the other side of the shower curtain. Ben, I said in a thoroughly annoyed tone, please just don't flush the toilet. I heard the urine stop. I didn't hear the toilet flush. I heard Ben walk out of the bathroom. I showered for another 10 minutes before I got out. I dried off and headed back to the bedroom. I glanced over at Ben on the couch, still glued to the game. I heard him muttering something about a fumble. "Thanks for not flushing the toilet," I said before ducking into our bedroom. "I didn't go to the bathroom," Ben said. I stopped in the doorway and then walked back into the living room. "Don't lie. I heard you peeing when I was in the shower." Ben threw his hands up, eyes still on the game. "I have not gotten up from this seat since we walked in. It's overtime," Ben insisted in his tone, where I know he is telling the truth about something. The warmth of the hot shower slithered off me in a second. "Don't mess with me," I stated coldly to Ben. I swear to God I didn't go in there. The entire room started to feel dangerous. I didn't even know what to do. I stood there shivering in nothing but a towel. Ben rose to his feet and walked towards me. I watched his eyes scan the room with a fear in them I had never seen before. He stopped in the doorway and grabbed me. He covered my mouth and perked his ear. I didn't hear anything other than the distant ominous ring of a siren. We stood silent for a few more moments. I heard nothing. The siren was gone. "We would hear something if someone was in here," Ben said. Ben reluctantly agreed to search the apartment. We searched the place up and down and found nothing. It was actually worse than finding a junkie with a bloody knife or some hideous monster. The mystery of the whole thing was worse than any nightmare I could have imagined. The next few weeks were tense. I wouldn't stay in the apartment alone. Ben told me my brain must have just played a trick on me. That was a bad idea. He said there was no other possible way it could have happened. It was not a good idea on his part to tell me that. I lost trust in him. What happened was definitely not in my head. I knew it. I got my confirmation a few weeks later when I stood in the shower getting ready for work. I was almost done with the shower when I heard a flush ring out from the other side of the shower curtain. I couldn't dodge the water in time and took a stinging hot string to the face. I screamed out and ripped open the shower curtain. No one was there, but I heard footsteps walking away from the open bathroom door. I heard the front door unlock, open, and then close again. "Ben," I called out, my body cold despite the hot water pounding on my back. No answer. I shivered into a towel and walked into the bedroom. No sign of Ben. I checked out the living room. There was a handwritten note on the coffee table. I had to go to work early today. Signed, Ben. "Thanks, Ben, very helpful." I called him. He was clearly annoyed. Worse yet, he confirmed that he did not flush the toilet when I was in the shower. He left before he even heard the shower come on, apparently. I listened to the space around me in the apartment. I don't even know what Ben said after that point. Everything was silent, but it felt like the entire apartment was alive at that point. I ended the call with Ben. One thing was clear. Whoever had been sneaking around the bathroom while I was showering had a way to get in and out of our apartment. Or it was Ben and he wanted to deeply disturb me for some reason. Ben continued to swear up and down that it was not him doing this. He brought up the idea of me inventing the whole thing in my head again. I offered a solution. What if we set up cameras in the apartment? I wanted to record the entire apartment. Ben didn't want to spend that much money. We settled on recording the front door and the bathroom. I reviewed the tapes each day at work. Weeks went by without so much as a hint of anyone doing anything at any moment of the day. let alone when I was in the shower. All I saw was Ben and I going about our sad daily existence of barely talking to each other and going back and forth to work. The fear that all of this was in fact in my head started to bubble. I felt the tension from Ben when he asked me about every other day if I saw anything on the camera. Our already strained relationship felt like it was hanging by a single thread. We were barely talking. Then it came to a head when I reviewed the footage about a month after I set up the cameras. The footage from the bathroom proved fruitful while I was in the shower. I felt I could almost smell the soap and feel the moisture in the air when I stopped the bathroom footage once I saw a shadow appear in the screen of the bathroom window. I stopped breathing as I watched that shadow pull away the screen and then slither into the room. The light wasn't very good in the bathroom with me taking the shower after my nightly workout just around dusk and I hadn't turned on the bathroom light. However, I could see what looked to be a stout man in black pants, a hoodie, and wearing a pure white mask standing in my bathroom right next to me as I took a shower. I couldn't believe I still showered with the curtain closed at that point. I hated myself almost as much as I was scared as I watched the footage. Those feelings burned as I watched the man just stand there for a few seconds before heading over to the toilet. The sound of the shower stopped on the video, replaced by the pouring sound of the rest of the shower water exiting via the bathroom faucet. I would open the curtain any second. I wondered how in the hell I hadn't caught the man dressed in black the night before when I got out of the shower. What I watched next made the vomit literally bubble up in the back of my throat. I couldn't believe what I saw. In a flash, the man reached down, stuck his fingers against the floor of our bathroom and yanked on one of the tiles. I watched about half of the bathroom floor rise up and about a foot off the ground. The man slipped into the dark opening he unveiled, and then disappeared into the floor before it slowly eased back into the ground right when I opened up the shower curtain. I watched myself get out of the shower, grab a towel and head to the bedroom in real time and then fast-forwarded through the rest until the new video ran out. The guy never got out of the floor, meaning he had been in there the entire night until I left for work and could still be in the apartment. One burning thought simmered in my mind when the realization washed over me. It was the day before Veterans Day and Ben had the day off, while I didn't. He was still at home with the man in the bathroom floor. I scrambled to call Ben as soon as I could, but there was no answer. I called again, no answer. I called the cops and drove back home without telling my boss anything. The cops were already there when I arrived. They busted down the door under my phone direction and found the apartment entirely empty. There was no one in the hollowed-out section beneath the bathroom floor, and Ben's cell phone was in the bedroom, but he was not. The police found spikes stuck in the side of the building, which led all the way up from the alley behind our building to our third-floor bathroom window. They looked to be what a mountain climber would stick in the rock of a cliff to pull their way up. They believe he must have lived in one of the other tall apartment complexes nearby and spied on me. They believe he broke in during the day sometime over and over again while the two of us were at work and cut out our bathroom floor and then dug out the area to create a hiding space a little bigger than himself where he could hide when he needed to. They said he seemed incredibly skilled at what he did and likely had been doing it at the apartments all around our neighborhood. The story of Ben was far more disturbing. The police found his car parked on the sidewalk a few blocks away in its usual spot and his cell phone on top of the bed, but that was it. He vanished without a trace. I have since moved out of the apartment and Ben has yet to show up. I moved a few cities over back to my parents' home to try and throw the scent off from whoever was doing it. The limited clues and leads the police possess have been shared over the past few months, but none of them seem to lead anywhere. There is one insight the officers gave to me that has stuck with me throughout the process and my lonely days of working, watching TV on my parents' couch, and struggling to sleep. One of the officers told me that they don't think that Ben had anything to do with the sneak-ins of the masked assailant or his disappearance, but they think I should be on the lookout for people in my life. I can still remember the cops' exact words. They were, "Generally in cases like this, people think it is some random mystery man that is coming in and doing something creepy, but in reality, the perpetrator almost always has something connected to the person they are terrorizing. Most of the time, it's someone they know. Good luck ever trusting anyone again." Story 86. I was sitting in my room one evening after getting home from work on the second floor. My little brother is downstairs watching TV, and our dog is in the hallway outside my bedroom door, sleeping. All of a sudden, our dog starts making all kinds of racket, jumping around, barking, even kind of howling. I go to get up to see what's going on, and I hear, "That's a good girl," in a deep male's voice. It was definitely not my little brother, so I shout, "Oh, you're home early," thinking that it's my dad's friend, our roommate. I open the door. As soon as I'm out there, I see that there is no one at all but the dog wagging her tail, staring at the empty end of the hallway. My little brother comes upstairs, and he says that he heard the same voice, thinking that it was me. We checked the entire house, and found no one. This happened many years ago, and I don't at all feel like it was a misunderstanding, or that my brother and I thought that we heard something but were mistaken. Someone was in our house that night. Story 87. When I was 15, I was on a date with this girl who lived in my neighborhood. All we did was sit at the park near our houses and talk, and when the sun went down, we left. As I was walking her back to her house, we walked under a huge oak tree, and because it was so dark, we didn't see the spider web. We walked right into the middle of it, and of course, freaked out. Eventually, we felt that we got all the webs off of us, and I continued walking her to her house. When I eventually got home, I got right in the shower. As I stood under the water looking down, I saw a huge brown spider fall onto the shower floor and go down the drain. The next day, I saw the girl at school. She told me that that morning, she took a shower, and while she washed her hair, she felt some movement, and eventually watched 3 huge spiders go down the drain. She had slept all night with the spiders in her hair. Story 88. Our elderly neighbor fell sick and had to go to the hospital. Her niece asked us to take care of her dog while she was away, so after schoolwork and dinner and all that, my brother and I were sent over to make sure he was doing all right. It was late at night in this weird old lady's house. My brother was in the shed with the dog, and I was in the living room looking at the creepy old photos on the mantelpiece. What follows is true. I heard the door creak, and then a woman's voice called out my dog's name. I freaked out, turned around. Of course, there was no one there. I thought maybe it was the neighbor's niece, but then I went out to my brother and the dog, and he was freaking out too, because he thought that he heard a woman's voice right outside the shed. We both agreed that we definitely heard a voice. We left the dog in the shed, went home, and were greeted by my dad, who told us that the neighbor's niece had just called to say that the neighbor had passed away in the hospital just a few hours ago. Story 89. My neighbor at my old apartment was a state park ranger for years and is now retired. Apparently, when he first got the job, there was a younger kid who went missing while on camping or hiking trips. They organized a huge search of the area, to no avail. No clues or anything. The kid was just missing. A few years go by, and some evidence turns up that wasn't in the direction they originally searched. The evidence they found was part of his camping equipment. On his off time, my neighbor took to searching the area where it was found, hoping for more clues. Just outside the state park lived a couple in a very run-down trailer, who were quite reclusive and odd. One day my neighbor had to talk to them about something unrelated to the missing kid. He was in their trailer, which is a mess of junk, no running water, etc. While he is in there, he realizes that the ashtray sitting on a table looks very unusual. He looks closer and realizes that it's a skull and it looks small. There's this investigation into the couple, and here is where things get really weird. An investigation shows that they were innocent of killing the kid. He probably died of exposure or dehydration. Apparently, this guy came across the body afterwards, and his dogs were after it. When he took the skull, it was really recent after death, and apparently still had features, hair, everything. The guy took it and defleshed the damn thing and took the top of it to use as an ashtray. Apparently, he was well aware that there was then a current search for a missing child, and could recognize the kid from the pictures. But it never dawned on him or his wife to go to the cops and inform them of their find. He just saw an opportunity for an ashtray. Apparently, he showed them where the remains were and they scrounged together enough for burial, but kept it quiet so that the family didn't know that some guy put out his Marlboros in their kid's head for 5 years after letting his dogs eat his remains. Story 90. My sister and I were playing outside when we were younger, and an elderly couple was walking by our yard. Our yard had a cemetery in the back, so it was quite a common local attraction for tourists, as this house was built in the 1800s, and most of the graves were from children who died back then from the flu. Playing outside, the old couple kept pestering my sister about what her name was as they approached us and got closer. We were just little kids, but got terribly scared and ran inside and told what had happened. The following week, I heard a story on the news about an elderly couple approaching a teenage girl, kidnapping her and murdering her. And it was the same couple that had approached my sister and I. Story 91. My mother-in-law was a very funny and cool woman. She and my wife were really close, and sadly, she passed away when our son was about 4 months old. Fast forward a few years. We live in an old 1930s-era craftsman house in Pasadena, California. Our son is about 3 years old at the time. I was giving him a bath one night, and he starts looking over my shoulder, not at random stuff, but his eyes were fixed on something. A moment passes, and he asks me why Grandma calls Mommy a funny name. Long pause. I asked him what he meant, thinking that he was talking about my mom. He then says, "Why does Grandma call Mommy a funny name?" I was really set back by this. My wife and I never used the nickname, and it was just what her mom called her since she was a baby. I asked him where he heard the name. His reply, "The farmer told me." I asked him who the farmer was, and he replied, "His friend." I tell my wife this story later, and she's of course reduced to tears over the whole nickname thing. We both know there is no way for him to know what the nickname was, and we were completely at a loss of words. Fast forward to the next weekend, and my son is playing in his bedroom. My wife is at work. I hear him start talking, like he's having a conversation. He's saying things like, "Yes, no, I don't know, and then I could also hear him laughing. I go into his room and ask him what he's doing, and he says that he's just playing. I ask with who, and he says, the farmer. At this point, I'm already thinking about the Exorcist movie. It's a little unsettling. I ask him where the farmer is. He says that he left when I came in the room. What the hell? So my wife gets home, and I tell her this, and now she's just as weirded out as I am. We have no idea what to do, and figure if it happens again, then we'll do something. A few days later, in the middle of the night, we both hear our son saying the following. Grandma says you and I can't be friends anymore. The wife and I go check on him, both of us a little freaked out. He's just sitting up in bed. I ask if he's okay, and he says yeah. Grandma says I can't play with the farmer anymore. He never one time mentioned the farmer again. Not ever. He's 13 now, and doesn't remember any of it. Story 92. When I was young, about 11 years old, my sister, whom is 7 years older, would babysit me when my parents were out. At the time, she smoked a lot, and my parents made her smoke outside, of course. So I would follow her outside into the carport which faced the street and play around, annoy her and such. One day my sister notices a car at the end of the driveway, just sitting in the middle of the road. It's a white SUV, with a bike rack on top. It has the darkest tinted windows I have ever seen. You could not see anything inside. It sat there until we went inside, and then would drive to the end of the road, and sit at the church parking lot, and wait. Wait until she would come out again for another smoke. And it would repeat this over and over. Odd, but my sister was very brave, and just kind of ignored it. That is, until the next day while my parents were out again, and it showed up again. It would sit at the end of the driveway, and just watch. I don't know what the driver was doing, but he was definitely watching my sister. If I didn't go out with her, I would watch from the front window, and it would just sit there the entire time she was outside. She eventually told my father, who was a sheriff deputy at the time, and he called the cops and made a complaint. They showed up and looked around, but the SUV was nowhere to be seen. Months went by, and nothing. And then one day, a good 9 months after this had all started, it was back. It again became a regular occurrence. Another day, my sister was outside doing her nasty habit, and sure enough, there it was. We were alone as usual, and this time, she decides she's had enough. She tells me to stay in the carport, and she's going to go confront them. She starts walking toward the SUV, and halfway down the driveway, she would later remark, I felt utter terror. Like I knew if I went any further, I was dead. I was paralyzed by fear. She turned around and went inside. Finally, the family car was in the shop for some kind of issue, so we were all stuck home for a night, and had to get delivery for dinner. While my parents are home, my sister goes outside to smoke. I go outside with her, and eventually the SUV shows up. She tells me to run inside and tell my father, and I do. My dad promptly gets his gun and starts briskly walking down the driveway with it in hand. The SUV floored it down the road and peeled out onto the nearby highway. My dad, being a cop, noted the year and model and distinguishing features. The scariest thing, the license plate had been covered with duct tape. We never saw it again. Story 93. I grew up in a house on Long Island in the town of Brentwood. It was a quiet town for its location. My dad worked as a taxi driver at the time, which meant he would usually end up coming home early in the morning, and I would greet him. So it's Saturday. I'm watching cartoons, and my dad comes in, and I run to say hello. My mom hears us from the bedroom and says, "Hey honey, don't go in the pool. It's not ready yet." My dad and I think that's weird. It's 6 a.m., and we weren't going to go to the pool. We brush it off, and he goes on to tell me his stories of the crazies that he had picked up throughout the night. We then realized it was Saturday, my mom was at work, and it was only me and him in the house. Fast forward a couple of weeks, and my new neighbors come over to welcome us into town since we had just moved in recently. It was the 2 mothers, 2 sons, and 2 little girls. I was playing soccer with the kids, however the little brunette girl is nowhere to be found. The curious little kid I ran around the property, and I find her playing in the woods. Definitely a dangerous area for little girls to be exploring. She asks me to come play tag, but I decline, wanting to get everyone in on the game. The reactions of everyone as I asked them to join us was puzzling, along with the response from their mom. We only have 1 daughter. As it turns out, a small brown-haired girl drowned in the pool 10 years ago. The mother died of a heart attack not too long after this happened. This is my good friend's story, and he is definitely not known to make up things. His story happened when he was about 8 years old. He was playing hide and seek with his friend at his house. It was late, probably around 10 o'clock. It's my friend's turn to find his friend. He's looking everywhere around the house, but he can't seem to find him anywhere. He eventually decides that he must be hiding outside, so he leaves the house to find him. He starts searching around some bushes, when he hears his friend's voice coming from a dark corner, maybe 20 feet away. The voice calls for him to come over. He didn't, because he was already pretty spooked being outside in the dark. My friend yelled back, "Come over here." That's when he said he really got scared. My friend kept saying no over and over again. At this point, he said that the voice suddenly changed to a dark, horrible-sounding voice demanding him to come over there. At this point, he ran back inside the house, only to see his friend standing in the living room. When questioned how he got inside so fast, the friend said that he never went outside. Whatever that voice was, it scares me every time I think about his story. About 9 or 10 years ago, I was friends with this guy that ran an event center. He would host gaming parties on Friday nights, and usually it would be packed. The place was located inside an old shopping mall, and you had to access it through the back door, where the night guard would let you in and out. So this Friday, we all go, and we're having a blast. I decide to go for a food and drinks run before all the shops close, and I take everyone's orders. I head out the back door, and the back door is locked. I wait a minute and then call out for the guard. He appears from behind the door of his office and lets me outside. I go and then come back, and he's waiting for me. He opens the door, and I go back to the party. The weekend passed by, and on Monday, I decide to go hang out at the event center for a few minutes after school. I walk in the mall, and there's cops everywhere, and an awful stench. The shops were closed, and the cops wouldn't let me stay for long, so I just decided to go back home. That night, the news reported that there was a murder at the shopping mall. A lady that managed the place found out that one of the guards was stealing, and that after she confronted him, he killed her and stuffed her in garbage bags inside his locker. The murder took place that Friday that I was there, and forensics estimate the time of death at around 9:10 p.m. My heart stopped. The news showed a picture of the murderer, and I immediately recognized him. It was the usual night guard. I get the shivers from just remembering this. The time of death overlaps the time in which I went out for a food run that Friday night, and the back door was just a few feet away from the office in which the murder took place. Thank you for listening, and I wish you good health. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to support us. Thank you very much.